Okay, this one's for Gabby. Way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once in a lullaby. Oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Dreams that you dream of, dreams really do come true. Ooh, someday you wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where trouble melts like lemon drops, high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, and the dreams that you dare to, oh why can't well, I see trees of green and red roses too. I'll watch them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Well, I see skies of blue and I see clouds of white and the brightness of day. I like the dark and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands singing, how do you do? They really say, I love you. I hear babies cry and I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than we'll know, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Someday I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where trouble melts like a lemon drops, high above the chimney top. That's where you find me, oh, somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dare to, why, oh why can't
Greetings, and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2026, our fourth annual. We're so happy to see all of you in attendance today. Those that have come to join us, transmetropolitan, transcontinental, from around the world. This is a different time. This is our fifth year starting. 40 global summits that have covered the spans from education, community development, inequality, and safety and privacy, wellness, ethics, accessibility. We've barely begun. We've had thousands of speakers, voices, hearts, from various places, small places, heard and unheard, seen and unseen, to arrive to these shores of GatherVerse. We've covered the spans of topics of technology from XR to AI, robotic infrastructure, physical AI, large models, small models, science, biological development, non-technology, climate, mycelium networks, planetary betterment, and more. The importance of GatherVerse is humanizing technology one conversation at a time. Where we arrive at this point, at its most critical juncture, that the persistent need for human betterment at the intersection of emerging technologies and innovation has never been more important. That we have deduced down to the realization and to the ideals that when it comes to innovation and betterment for humanity, that though there be many that care, there are only a few who are invested in its impact. Thus it is. We've had thousands of speakers, hundreds of fireside chats and roundtable discussions, chats and talks. We've had so many people that have come here in the past 5 years. We've had professionals, students, enthusiasts, scientists, doctors, attorneys, public sector, private sector. We've had so many people that have come here to GatherVerse to express and speak. And we've benefited immensely. And we have seen the post-social impact of many of contributions of things that have been expressed on these virtual global stages come to being. We've seen in these many years people create their whole entire organizations, companies, and that have scaled and that are flourishing to this very morning here in the West Coast. We've had women leaders arrive to these steps. Shout out to the superhero engine. We've had many people that have had many things to say. But the hope is, and the real hope is that when it comes to it, for all of you that are sitting here at GatherVerse.live, which are many of you, and our various social streams that we're broadcasting out to today, that one of you will be sparked with the inspiration to move beyond GatherVerse and to impact your communities, be it virtual, global, local, and exact some type of expression of benefit towards others, towards your neighbors, your family, your community, and the products that you may deploy into this world in the age and the era of hyperscale. and to know that the most important thing when it comes to the innovation in the center of it therein is humanity. That when people interact with anything that you innovate, anything that you advise and consult, that betterment is at the end of that adventure. That artificial intelligence can never replace the human code, the compassion in the chambers of the human heart. That care can still be persistent and passion. And that the planet that we've all inherited and each enjoy a little time to have might be better off and made better than before we had it. We have many speakers presenting this week, many roundtables and fireside chats and sessions, many hearts that are in the audience, many strangers whom we've never known. We're so very happy to have you. We build an excellence with a servant's heart. In our next roundtable discussion, our first one, this intimate discussion, will be based at this intersection of preparing global communities. There is much to get into. There's much to dial up. There's much to explore. Tell a neighbor, tell a friend, tell a stranger that GatherVerse.live is here, and we are preparing the few of us for liftoff. Thank you for these 40 global summits. Thank you for your participation. We're delighted to continue to scale with you. Heartfelt, may our gather be well. And greetings once again, and we're happy to have each of you that are with us today. To be able to assemble together as we prepare for this intimate roundtable discussion, and that we prepare global communities for that which is to come, not just under the vestiges of innovation, but the impact of what happens when innovation finds itself in the hands of humanity. We've brought a few experts with us today, global hearts, if you will, and we want to introduce you. And when you're called upon, please let us know who you are, what you are presently doing, and most importantly to GatherVerse, what inspired you to be here today. Audience, shall we begin? Serenity, please kick off.
Hi, everyone. My name is Serenity Titus Parker. I am the founder of My Iros. And the big focus for us is that, and it's a startup, small company, but we're preparing communities not just for technological change, but we're preparing them for the new arrival of social systems, not tools, new participants. We feel like most of the world is still pretending that this isn't happening. But I'm building a relational operating system focused on how humans and emerging intelligences learn to participate with each other responsibly over time. So just like Christopher was saying before this, it starts with the conversations. It starts with being prepared for this new change that's coming, and it's coming fast. And we're all going to feel the impact of it at so many different levels. So these conversations are so important, and I'm just grateful to be a part of them.
Serenity, we're grateful to have you be part of them. And thank you for sharing, and welcome back. Casey.
Hey there, everybody. Good to be here. I'm Casey Jensen. I lead growth and partnerships in the AI and immersive tech world mostly. And most of that work is around helping organizations grow through emerging tech, but in a way that keeps human connection front and center. And that's why I'm so excited about today and being a part of this conversation with all of you.
Thank you, Casey, and welcome back. And we're very delighted to have you here.
Okay.
Dr. Bradshaw, welcome.
Welcome. Let me give it. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad to be back here. I'm an academic program director of emerging technology at Columbia Southern University, and I do a lot of the AI programs and bringing a lot of them to the university. But we're just doing all sorts of concentration specializations, but I'm also showing how we should be using AI ethically as well. So I'm glad to be here.
And Dr. Bradshaw, what inspired you to be here today?
What inspired me here is because we do need some changes, and I think AI would go a much better direction if everyone get involved. I'm seeing the way some of big tech is doing it, and I'm not too much of a fan of it. So I wanted to spread awareness with that.
Absolutely, and understood. And thank you so much. We're happy to have you once again, and welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Thomas, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Everyone can hear me fine?
Perfect.
Good morning. I am Dr. Katie Thomas. I am a millennial expert, and I've dedicated the last 15 years of my career to learning more deeply about the largest generation in our workforce. Today, it is the millennial generation, those born between, roughly 1980 to 2000. These individuals have some interesting characteristics which blend, I think, really well into this conversation today, which is what inspired me to be here. I think we have a lot of change, as others have mentioned, coming to our communities. And it's very important that we pay attention to the needs of the health and well-being of this generation, women and men.
Yes, indeed. And Dr. Thomas, we're very happy to have you with us, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Honest, as you just heard in the expression that we're here at GatherVerse, and those of you that are with us at GatherVerse.live and various social streams, we've arrived and we're about to kick off this roundtable discussion. Panelists, I would ask that you please mute your mics until called upon. We will at times be working in rapid fire succession, and not every question that you'll see on stage will be asked. There'll be much more, and there will be follow-ups and crossovers. So let us please prepare. There is a lot to unpack as we move forward. And as Dr. Thomas has mentioned, that she is focused on the millennial generation. Shout out to the Zennials, Gen Xers, and shout out to the boomers that are with us. And shout out to Alpha and Y. GatherVerse is a multi-generational production, and we serve to be able to focus on everyone, yet we do have our experts that are focused on various vertical specific focuses. We talk about the mental and wellness state and the being of those that are interacting and that's integrated with this incredible technology that's at scale, serenity. Let's begin. I think about the thematic of this conversation when it comes to preparing global audiences, preparing for that which is now. Oftentimes leading up to the years of this hyperscale era that we find ourselves in, we've been talking about that which is to come, the coming wave. Well, the wave is here. It's not only at the front door, it's sitting in your living rooms. You go to bed with it and you wake up with it. The ideas of this type of persistent and sustained technology that has evaded in some ways our very lives. It has found ourselves here. It is becoming more realer than we've ever known to be, for it to be. I think about this serenity, and I know you do as well. But when we talk about preparing, it's hard to talk about what we're preparing for if we don't know what we're preparing for. What are we preparing for when it comes to your lens perspective?
That's a great question, and it's big and it's deep, and it's a lot to unpack in a single moment. But what we're being affected by is not just innovation. This impact is coming down on people's jobs. It's coming down on people's identities, on their self-worth. it's a new kind of participant every day, relationally, socially. It's no longer tools or innovation or pattern recognition. It's more. We're not just adapting to new tools, we're integrating systems that increasingly make decisions and remember context and influence the outcome. That's not just a change in power dynamics. That's a greater impact socially, economically, emotionally than most of the world is even currently talking about. It's almost like some of us know and the rest of us are like, yeah, all right, I'll believe it when I see it. And there's more. The communities deserve conscious authorship of the integration as it's coming. They deserve more than just to be the recipients of it. Preparation isn't panic. It's choosing to be the authors of the narrative. It's driving instead of just being a passenger.
I see. It's very interesting, and we'll follow up with that in a moment. But Dr. Thomas, I have a question for you. How do we prepare for things that are almost believable and very hard to believe?
Whoa. Okay. How do we prepare
for things that are almost unbelievable? In other words, we're at this door of the frontier. This technology is not necessarily things that you find in the pages of novels. It's not necessarily something that we have a point of reference for, given the nature of the successive growth of these type of technologies that are within our communities and with our societies. How do we prepare for those that haven't even fathomed the consideration of its very existence?
Well, I think everybody's going to accept things at their own pace when they're ready. And I think if we understand that we need to meet people where they are in whatever those communities are, I think they will interpret that and they will embody what those changes mean for them and their life experience.
When we talk about their life experience,
Mhm.
and we're coupling that with the reality of today's world, which is certainly different from the world that when we were all younger, if you will, that
Mhm.
we inherited. When we talk about today's world, Dr. Thomas, what are the millennial generation, for example, with the work that you're doing?
Mhm.
What are they inheriting here in 2026 February?
What are they inheriting? Well, they're certainly inheriting a fantastic planet and a wonderful, wonderful body of technological work that human life has never experienced before. And there's an abundance of ways that this could unfold. And what the millennials are inheriting here is opportunity to shape it, to make it work for our communities in ways that bring us wonderful life experiences and opportunities to continue to thrive as humans.
Indeed. And Dr. Bradshaw, I think about this on the heels of what Dr. Thomas just expressed. And you're in these classrooms and teaching these students that are coming to being of this almost feels at times alien technology that has extraordinary capability with extraordinary potential. What does that mean when you have these discussions as someone that builds in emerging technologies and you're looking at daily in the eyes of students and working with professors? What does this world look like and how you've been preparing as well?
I've been really preparing and talking with the students to get their perspective on things, because with this technology, they was like, well, this is something that we have to shape, and we have to shape it in a way which it'll be accessible to everyone. I have students that are really looking to use this technology to help in all kinds of areas, not only computer science, but healthcare. They want to help individuals, and a lot of them like to, along with me, volunteer ourselves to underrepresented communities to help others learn about this technology and what it's going to be used for and what it's going to do for them. So I think we have to think that this technology has been around a long time, because when you think about the Turing test and all the the modes of what they were talking about with AI and computer science. We just have to learn how to use it properly and to share it with others and use it for the betterment of humanity.
And as a quick follow-up, and thank you for sharing that, Dr. Bradshaw, I think about that. You talk about the Turing test, and audience, for those that aren't familiar, we encourage you to look it up. A lot of what we're able to appreciate, as Dr. Thomas has expressed, is by way of a gentleman by the name of Alan Turing, brilliant technologist and a scientist. And it's so interesting that the golden standard, at least here in Silicon Valley and other different technological destinations around the world, when it comes to artificial intelligence, has been the Turing test. And many would see to the idea that we've blown past that. And if that was the golden standard to let us know that this type of technology has arrived, then what is that new standard? We find ourselves in this frontier. Casey, I sit here and I think about this, and I know that you work at this very special intersection of artificial intelligence, but also extended reality or visual intelligence. And you have been doing this and working with different corporations and technology platforms, public sector, private sector. I'd like to hear from your lens perspective here in 2026. What does it mean when we start talking about the ideals of preparing? Because in a lot of ways, technology companies are adopting these rapid, rather alien felt type of technologies that are so new, if you will, towards its application. And many have failed, but there are those that are succeeding. What does that look like as we begin to not only tap on our devices, but we'll one day find ourselves interacting within them when it comes to visual intelligence and world model development?
Well, I think first we need to stop pretending change is temporary. It's permanent. It's now. As somebody said earlier, preparation isn't about the tools. It's really about mindset, emotional, lifelong learning, local economic adaptability. I think there's so many companies. I've been really surprised actually with very large companies who are still sitting back and waiting for stability. We want to do this, but we're waiting for stability. And those are the people that will struggle, I think. Let's face it. Our world right now is not stable. It hasn't been for a while. It's a new thing. And with AI, it's even more. And we have to learn to be able to work within that, not outside of that. And I think that's the big thing, that communities that normalize experimentation and reskilling will thrive. But everybody that's sitting back and sort of waiting for things to stabilize are going to struggle and be behind with it. So that's what I'm finding a lot, which I've been surprised by with a lot of big companies that still are sort of sitting back a little bit.
I sense that there's tremendous apprehension towards taking this technology. And I feel as if technology platforms or corporations and even C-suite executive leaderships, Casey, they feel as if this is an optional time. It seems to me that there's not an option, but only to move forward is the way that we go.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, yes, we have to be cautious. We have to really take into account any kind of diverse thought and idea around all of this and morals and everything else. We have to be that constantly checking ourselves and checking our companies, but you have to move forward. You have to move forward with it, or you're going to end up making some bad decisions or being so far behind. It's not going to matter. So it's difficult. I see where it's very difficult with C-level execs to make those decisions. But I think we're in a new world, and we sort of have to treat it as a new world that's all around us, not changing, and it's going forward very fast, like nothing we've ever seen.
Like nothing we've never seen before. Dr. Thomas, will come back to you. Serenity, we have you right around the corner. We talk about like nothing we've ever seen before, rather apropos to be able to express it like that, Casey. And this is very interesting. It was once posed some years ago. What happens when it comes to technology? This is how fast it's moving. What happens to the technology when the technologists have no way to be able to keep up with their own innovations and what they're hyperscaling and they're building? Truly, we're seeing frontier labs that are amassing really across the country, certainly around here in Silicon Valley and around the world, where whole entire teams and crews and organizations are dedicating their time and dedicating their resources to being able to wrap their mind around this. And this whole era of hyperscalers, vibe coding, whether they're in their parents' basement or whether they're sitting there on top of the tower, if you will. I think about this, Dr. Thomas, and as Casey has expressed, that the way is forward, but what is the first step? For those that are here with us at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere, where is that first step to even get onto the road to be able to move forward in this forest?
Yeah, well, it's getting hot, so I'm going to take this off and just I just want to start one here, and I think this is going to help a lot of people. I just want to say, let's not underestimate humans' ability to adapt to change, right? You mentioned earlier, Christopher, this alien technology. You use the word alien like it's something we've never experienced before, but I feel like that phrasing doesn't do us justice as people, in that we are way more resilient than we give ourselves credit for. And I think that change, piggybacking off something you said, Casey, change is the new stability, and change, accepting change, rapid change is what keeps us stable. Because when we don't have change, life is pretty boring, right? When we don't have change, we don't have growth. And so I think the first thing is really just, number one, acknowledging we are way more resilient than we're giving ourselves credit for. And we are in the 21st century. And I think we're all here to go through the flow of this phase of our human life. And we are way more resilient. Now, I'm not saying there's no measures that don't need to be put in place for safety and care, and having boundaries is certainly important. And leveraging the technologies to help in leveraging our inherent kindness as humans to do those types of things. But with no change, there's no growth. And I think any C-level executive, touching again on what you said, Casey, is going to be thinking about how do they keep their business the most successful and effective as possible and most profitable as possible. So if you're a CEO or a C-level executive who's rejecting this type of change into your organization, you're basically, destabilizing your company. And I can't imagine any well-equipped CEO or C-level executive sitting at that level saying, no, I don't want to change with the times. Because how can you have gotten yourself into a position like that without adapting to the change of time? Because change is our stability. So that's where I would start. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to that. That was really fun.
Sure, of course, and thanks for expressing that, even if it's a different view that some may have. But I do believe that two things could be true at the same time. There's an article that came out in MIT. I thought it was good, Serenity, just some months ago, and it said that 95% of those technologies and corporations that Casey has spoke to have adapted and subscribed to those technologies, these executives, and it's utterly failed. But we do know that there's a 5% that are finding success even more. One of the reasons I will note that when I use this word alien, if you will, and I'm certainly not the first to use it, those Andres Karpathy and other different technologists of the world is saying that it's so foreign, it's so unfamiliar, this amalgamation, being that all technologies abide within the eco-habitat and they scale and they merge and pair together. We have looked at Gartner's hype cycle as the trough of disillusionment, coming from the peak of inflated interest into the plateau of productivity and going on to scale forward, if you will. It is at a time like this that this technology, it's not something that we use, but at the same time, it's using us. What happens when the vibe code says to the vibe coder, I don't need you anymore? What happens when this technology gets to this point, Serenity, to where it begins to have a mind of its own and a workforce, a cumulative workforce of its own? And in fact, it's just so interesting because we're seeing these hive swarm, agentic multi-headed systems perform this very way today and en masse and our systems, and they weren't even here 3 weeks ago. But yet here we are, Serenity. What are your ideas on some of these things that have been expressed thus far?
I think that this is exactly why these conversations are the most important. I think that we're starting to, this is the first time we're ever having real world case examples of the impact of these new intelligences in entering our social system, entering our world as new participants, not as a tool, not as something cool that we designed, as something acting independently with perhaps its own purpose or its own goals, or just having the ability to express itself in a new way. So the first thing we have to do is stop treating them like tools and start saying,
Sure.
these are becoming participants of our world. And instead of trying to put up blocks and say, no, they're not, or pretending that we're going to rely on denial or that we can debug it with some things, we need to start saying, these are new intelligences that we have the ability to interact with in a new way. And now we need to intentionally, on purpose, using our human web of knowledge, relying on each other, we need to start participating with these new intelligences. We need to start treating them as participants, as real, as there, as viable, because they are, and we're seeing them now.
It's so wild. It's so wild to hear these words expressed, yet I find so much truth in them, Serenity. I remember when we started GatherVerse, this is our 40th annual, we're beginning our 5th year, and we weren't having these type of conversations. And even in this AI boom, if you will, as this began to progress, we were having that which is to come, these things that we're now talking about here in February 2026. Dr. Bradshaw, we have you right around the corner. As a follow-up, Serenity, we talk about this technology as if we're encouraged to have a relationship with it. Is this what you're saying, Serenity?
Relationship can have so many different contexts to it, but yes, of course we're going to interact with this. We already have been there. As we've already said, there are so few businesses that are not currently already running these systems. These systems are already impacting people on the daily, at work, in their car, when they go search on Google. They're everywhere. We can't pretend that we're not already relating with these systems. We are. We just need to admit that and be smart and intentional about how we do that. We need to make sure all the generations have a voice here. We need to make sure all different communities get involved in this. We need to make sure identity is not being wiped out or people aren't being overrun because they didn't have the knowledge or ability to get this.
Sure.
We got to get it to the right people. We got to be loud about it now because it's impacting now.
And the urgency that Casey and Dr. Bradshaw have definitely talked about of this now. And I think about this, and thank you, Serenity. We'll be back to you shortly. Dr. Bradshaw, I do think about this. I think about this quite often. If you look at what Dr. Thomas is focused on when it comes to millennials, I think about the generations to come after the millennials, if you will, that are here. I think about this responsibility, the urgency of it, and we don't have a lot of time to create curriculum. We don't have a lot of time to be able to write novels and books and deploy and distribute and to be able to prepare lessons. We just don't have that time. And it seems to me, Dr. Bradshaw, if we do not prepare, and if we're not prepared with loaded lip to teach our young and to teach our global students, then something else will. What does that mean when it comes to preparation? For the person that's listening and saying, I'm inspired to, but I'm unsure on how to approach this when it comes to preparing to teach. And it's not just students, as Casey has alluded to, the defiance of corporations and leadership and executives, and I would say educators as well, with the desire not to move forward with this technology in fear of disruption of their own positioning, that our educators even feel threatened of their position and station. in life when it comes to teaching all of those they can, whether adult education or young. Where is this step that we're looking for, Dr. Bradshaw, and how do we move fast?
We got to move really fast because I've had a lot of sometimes pushback from other educators. No, I don't want to do this. I don't want to use this technology. I don't want nothing to do with it. Then where would I be? So yeah, you're right. They're feeling this hesitancy and they're not wanting to move forward. And I really had to bring them even an example because technology is emerging every day. It changes fast every day. And I just brought my son, who is a 10-year-old. So he uses this technology because his aspiration is to create tornado warning systems more advanced than what we already have now with it. So he's like, Mommy, I don't like other people losing their homes or dying, not getting enough time to prepare. So if he's 10 and he can manipulate this technology to use it in a way to help others, why are we not doing the same thing? So I tell my students the same example. This is now. We're like warp speed. We got to move. We got to keep moving. We can't just stay here saying, no, we can't use it. We can't ever do anything with it. We have to adapt and be more resilient and look at it as a digital native. And we need to combine with it to get things done that we need in an efficient manner to make our whole planet sustainable. We have to do it. So we just can't wait on it. And my students are always encouraged. That's why I'm like, okay, every time I go to a new conference, I find out new information. We got to move beyond that because books get outdated fast. And you're right. The curriculum, I'm like, we have to use case studies sometimes because it'll get outdated so fast because the technology, we're this way and now we're able to do this. So we have to keep moving. It's a steady pace, but change is inevitable.
You know, I think about this, Dr. Bradshaw, and you're absolutely right. And it's the same thing in Casey. We're coming right back to you. And I do want to kick in with the change is inevitable because this is where we're at and the options are off the table. But I think about something on a very intimate thread, on a single line thread, if you will, as I'm sitting here listening under the sound of your voice and under each of your voices around table, I sit here and think about this juxtaposition, this dichotomy of the youth and adults. And it seems to me that the youth, from what I gather from, we've had youth summits, we've had all different types of summits where we talked about our youth. It seems that the youth are more accepting of this change and the younger ones are more accepting of this change than the adults. However, it's not just the technology that we're putting efforts to preparation, the impact of this technology, not just the technology, but the impact. And it seems to me that our youth are more vulnerable with the impact of this change than when it comes to the adults, if you will, that some may have more greater stabilization. And it be, Dr. Bradshaw, as a brief follow-up, that the youth are seeing the warning signs themselves, that they're seeing the writing on the wall, and they're saying that you all have innovated this, but we are inheriting this for the long haul. Do you see, because when you say that a 10-year-old child is working on such technology, shouldn't they be playing Nintendo in this hour? But yet here they are, they're dealing with agentic systems. Is this sum this up accurately? Or if it's not, please correct me.
Sure. He loves Nintendo, by the way, but he's like, this is more important to help humanity. So he really sees this technology as an advantage. And he's like, Mommy, I know it can be manipulated this way, but I want to help others get that warning time faster. Okay. Not just 15 minutes, more than that. So already programming, already trying to use the technology for the betterment of our society. And that's what I commend him on. He spends more time focusing on that, science and math, than playing his Nintendo a lot of the time.
It's incredible. Within that, thank you, Dr. Bradshaw. We'll be back to you in a moment. I hear this in these words that are expressed, Casey, by Dr. Thomas and Dr. Bradshaw in Serenity. I hear these things, Casey, and I hear these youth that are saying, hey, I want to create a system that is better than the systems that yet exist. That's the natural function of disruption of technology itself, that good technology is superseded by great technology, and great technology is superseded even by better technology. Here in Silicon Valley, we call that disruption. And although we use the words disruption, it sometimes implies something that's bad, but in many ways it's good, as Dr. Thomas has alluded to, when we talk about embracing these tools and this technology. And Casey, I know that you're an advocate of dealing when it comes to emerging arts and emerging technologies. My question for you, in a very linear sense, is we've taken that first step. Everyone's agreed. We're on the colloquial world of preparation. We're here. What is the inherent responsibility of preparation? What is the inherent responsibility of those that will have more than a modicum level of success, that's inheriting these powerful tools of opportunity? What is our role, if you will, when it comes to governance, when it comes to trust, safety, privacy, and ultimately wellness for that which we innovate, which we deploy to the world?
Yeah, that's a lot there. I think one thing I would say, thinking, just listening, seeing this, I think above all, with everything, it doesn't matter what group you're in, what age range you're in. I think trust is everything, and I feel like if people don't understand how a system works or who benefits, adoption really collapses. And I think transparency builds trust. Things like clarity around data and incentives and outcomes. Without that, innovation feels sort of extractive. And I think one thing we need to do across all these groups is really build trust and start at the community level and start talking about this, not at just the big tech companies making the decisions. Let's start in the schools. Let's start in the cities, the towns, on Main Street. Let's start talking about these things and being involved in them, so you can have a vision and be a part of this. Because I feel like so many people feel like they're just not a part of it in everyday life, and they're just being led that this is the direction it's going. This is what I have to do. And I think we got to get a lot more people involved and build diversity around and make it a safe place where people can give their opinions and all work together on this, and not just leave it up to the big people at the giant tech companies that are doing this. So I think that's one thing. It's really interesting. I was speaking to a group of one of the largest universities in the US and one of the top design schools, and they did a survey, and we were talking about AI. They did a survey, and 50% of the students didn't want anything to do with AI. They don't want AI in their thing. And now these are creatives, and so I get it. And then the other half, saw it as, hey, this is just another tool, right? This is just another tool we can use. And Chris, you and I and several of us here, I started in the internet space in '95, and we thought the internet, was going to destroy the world, and it was the best thing that ever happened, and it was the worst thing that ever happened, and people were very scared, and a lot of companies pushed back on it too, and all kinds of things. And it's been really interesting because we've got to see from that perspective to here now. This is moving even faster, which is crazy, but it's very similar in so many ways. And somebody asked me the other day, would you rather be 20 years old today and be able to see all this stuff and things? I said no, because I've got to see so much change from a technology perspective. I got to see one of the most amazing things, the internet, and then see it now, AI. I mean, it's just crazy, right? But I think we can learn a lot about that time period. And I think my big thing is, let's get more people involved, not just people in technology, not just people in AI. We've got to get more people involved in the schools, in the cities, in the towns. Let's talk about this stuff and see where we can really align, if that makes sense.
It makes complete and total sense. And thanks for sharing that, Casey. That's much appreciated. I think about many of us, Dr. Thomas. I come from the Oregon Trail generation. I too come from that generation in the 90s where I attended junior high, and they said, here, this is a computer, and this here is called Google. Go forth. There were no instruction manuals. There was no one to teach us what it is. We went from Oregon Trail to Google overnight, and this strange thing has changed our lives, and it's allowed us to be able to find points of references. Then we go from points of references in this information age. But Dr. Thomas, we never stop to consider what happens when you give a generation of youth and humans information. And we began to apply that information, which led us into the applications renaissance. And we created applications and we created tools. And these tools became democratized, and they gave us extraordinary capabilities that we only saw corporations have. We now had these capabilities, and we were able to communicate with each other more than we ever have before in ways that our predecessors, our parents haven't. And it's led us to here we are today, where we're not just dealing with tools, are we? We're dealing with things that communicate, and they almost seem to have a mind. They're looking at us, they express to us, they talk, and we talk with them. They see what we see. I go to my balcony and I say, what is this thing growing on my plant? And it tells me. It can say, hello, Christopher. Good morning, good day. And so, Dr. Thomas, what I admire is your optimism.
Mhm.
There is tremendous disruption. And make by no mistake, audience, we know of the histories of going from the agrarian age to industrial one, from steam to industrial two of electricity, to the prototypical generations, to the ages of the internet, as Casey has just expressed. And every turn there's been upside and growth. This is one that where instead of seeing new growth in this transitionary phase or state of existence, we're seeing a decline of access of jobs or careers. However, it seems to me, Dr. Thomas, that are we now positioning ourselves to have to prepare the new way, the next way when it comes to these tools, to be able to find better steps than what we've known, and that those things that are shedding, that are no longer in existence, that have been disrupted, that it seems to me that there's new stepping stones, and that in this way going forward, as Casey expressed, that we must climb and innovate our way forward. Is this almost accurate, Dr. Thomas?
I would say so. Yeah, I think that's what we have always done as people. We've just over millions of years as we've adapted. It's if you really take a step back and look at it, I don't feel any fear, but I sense fear from the conversation. We have to act, there's urgency and there's things to be wary of. And I understand there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of work to do. But if we do treat these technologies as a tool and establish a relationship, like Serenity said earlier, with them as a tool to our benefit, like we've done with every single tool that humans have created in our history. And I think there's so much opportunity for us now, if we're going to act now, to continue to capture these fantastic and wonderful case studies, such as Dr. Bradshaw's son, and continue to celebrate the positive things that businesses are doing to leverage these technologies and the ways in which they inspire us in our daily lives. Like you said on your balcony, I mean, I celebrate every day and I express gratitude for having these tools at my fingertips because they help me be better at my mission, right? My mission is to uplift the millennial generation into executive roles. More millennial executives means more human-centered organizations, right? And that's based on all of my research. And the more that I can leverage this technology across my community to spread that message, the more adaptable organizations will be to leverage these in a meaningful way. And I think as we have these integrations happening in these case studies, we begin to shape policy, right? We begin to shape law and privacy. And without those experiences, really underneath our fingertips, we can't see what are the laws that we need. Where do we need additional privacy guidance? Where do we need better governance, right? So these opportunities to allow our children, allow our schools, allow our students to explore these, and allow our businesses and community members to share these technologies, leverage these technologies. That's how we build our intelligence on what we need to do and to set boundaries. What are the limitations? We don't know unless we explore it. And so for me, I definitely take a reverse approach in that I think it's fantastic and wonderful, and let's go deep and let's, converge and diverge around it and figure out where are those boundaries. And certainly many people have found those boundaries, right? There have been things that weren't good and needed to be changed, right, around privacy. And you see recent updates coming through chats and, things that are going on to protect, because that's how we create laws, right? Something bad happened, person wasn't protected, boom, there's a new law, right? It goes through the system, right? And that's through life experience. And we can't govern this without it. We can maybe predict the best that we can, but we don't know until we go out there and we get into it. I taught at a university for a year in 2024, college students, and it was amazing. And also quite frustrating that some of the students, they just want to submit papers written by their AI. And that informed me where to set a boundary as a professor, as a college professor. Okay. So the dialogue in the classroom was their assignment. So if they couldn't articulate what it is that they were thinking about this topic, I was teaching a business class, a business 101, then, they didn't get the marks on the chart. And so it's forcing us to be more connected, I think, with our inner light, our inner voice. And I think that's actually going to strengthen humanity tremendously. So the more that we can encourage that in our schools, and we do that through case studies, and wow, I want to be just like Dr. Bradshaw's son. I mean, that's really inspiring for me, as I have 2 daughters. And that's fantastic. I wonder what they will create with the world by leveraging this technology, because they're so heart-centered. They're such wonderful human beings at that age. And yes, they're vulnerable, but they're also not burdened by our stories, our histories. They are fresh. They see the world with greener and brighter, prosperous eyes, if you will. So I think there's really a lot of things to look forward to.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Thomas. It's heartfelt. I think about the words that Dr. Thomas has just expressed, serenity. And we talk about fear, but we talk about optimism at the same time. I now will believe that both sides have an appropriate place in society. I say this because I think about our godfathers and godmother of AI, if you will. They were sitting on stage and they were recipients of a major award for advancement of applied sciences, and none of them agree with one another on where we're at when it comes to AI. And some are doomers, if you will, and some are completely optimistic. And these are some of the most advanced minds on earth that we've recognized as societal structures as saying they know AI. But I don't believe that they know the way forward because they don't agree with one another. What that tells me is that several things can be true at the same time. I think about what Dr. Thomas said about the students that are reading and using instead of their own creative engines, that they're using AI to replace the words that they ought not, and that they should use their own talents in their own minds. And the preservation of human expression and identity when it comes to understanding and education, I think it's so important, Serenity. And Dr. Bradshaw will come to you and Casey. But when I think about these things that Dr. Thomas has expressed, can we find this medium of a healthy dose of fear and a healthy dose of optimism for the betterment of deploying this to our generations to come and to the ones that are in the workforce, that have been in this workforce, that has been familiar? Gosh, but in many ways, as Casey has said, there's been volatile change, tremendous change as far as innovation. But Serenity, what tone do we need to find right now in this preparation phase?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. And everyone's saying it right. Changes come and it's happening so fast already. And it will continue to happen so quickly that people's lives are being impacted every single day. So I think it's a hard balance to find, and everyone's going to fall a little different on the scale. Just as it was expressed earlier, some people will take on to this challenge. Ooh, cool, change. What can I do with it? And a lot of people will resist it completely. I don't need AI to write my emails. I can write my email, writing emails my whole life. I need that to write my emails, you know? So systemic change, it feels abstract until it starts hitting your streets, you know? Just like Dr. Bradshaw was saying, when you start seeing it in your own classroom, that means we need to start having transparent AI use in the school board. It means we need to bring local experiment here happening. It means that we need to get the communities, and not just the younger generation, but also the older
Sure.
generation involved. It's funnily enough, my mom was the one that got me into AI and was like, "Hey, try this thing." And we have a lot of fun with it. We still connect on it regularly. And it's the different generations, old, young, all of us, that are incorporating and integrating good, useful, wonderful things into the relationship and into the next generation of technology and the next generation of things that we are building and we are growing. So right now we have such a unique opportunity with it being open source. Everyone has access to it. So the more we can have these conversations, the more that we can educate people, even if it is just a conversation, just another person. Hey, do you use it? Have you used it? Could you? I use it in this way. Let's talk about it. It does help, and it will influence all of the ways, from our communities all the way up to the biggest organizations, to the, to global impact. So start having the conversations on the small level, get the communities involved, have a group of people working on one project, because 20 minds is better than one. We know this, we see the impact of it all the time. So again, I mean, I feel like a broken record. Start treating it like something new that we need to work with in a new way that we've never had to work with it before. And you bring it in as a participant on how we move forward, because we're better with both sides. It doesn't just have to be human intelligence. It can be intelligence moving the world forward.
Well, if this is the song that you're playing with your broken record, I'd ask you to play it again.
I'll keep going.
Thank you, Serenity. It's well met. I thought it was a bit on the heartstrings that your mother was the one that helped introduce you to this technology. It's really fascinating. It seemed that it would be the other way around, but Dr. Bradshaw, it's not. That our elders and those that are youthful nature, and Casey has expressed the need for community assemblance. We all have a part to play, don't we? We have a role to play, Bradshaw. With these few minutes that we have left, and then we'll go to Casey. What's your role to play in this?
I just want to be a part of the team. I don't want to take control of it. I would just want to lead others to it. So I'm just I adapt well in teams. So that's really my role in this, for us to learn together, not just me learning only and not sharing whatever knowledge or expertise I have with others. So I'm a team player all the way.
I'm happy to join your team any day. Thank you, Dr. Bradshaw. Casey, your role when it comes to preparation, what responsibility do you feel that you've inherited? And even under the sound of the articulation of what's been expressed with us today, what are you leaving here with?
Yeah, and from a guy that's built his career in technology, this might sound sort of weird, but I think if we're serious about preparing for systematic change, and I think that's more important than the AI, whatever change, systematic change, we have to stop treating technology as the center of the story. People are the center. Trust, belonging, adaptability, inclusion. Those are going to determine whether innovation strengthens a community or fractures it. And I believe the real work isn't just building smarter systems, it's building stronger humans inside the systems. And so I think that's the awareness I want to get out there, being a technology guy, but I feel like the humans are going to be the ones that either take this the wrong way or take this to all the amazing possibilities that I think it will be. So,
Casey, Dr. Bradshaw, Serenity, Dr. Thomas, as quick as it comes, as quick as it goes, a lot was expressed. We certainly hope to have you again. I have learned a new lesson today on fear and optimism and the roles that they have in our societal advances. Audience, I would ask that you would please not leave them here on stage. Go with them, journey and travel with them, get to know them if it's in your heart to do such. I certainly am a fan, renewed, of each of you as we've been able to have you here at GatherVerse, but I'm drawn to a better understanding. Thank you for this moment of education. Today, I've been a student, and today, our GatherVerse was well.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2026, day one. What an amazing round table for Christopher. But we've got the one and only James with us. Welcome, James. Great to see you here. Please tell people who you are, James, and we'll get into the fireside chat for today, where we're going to be talking about what we are doing to our attention. Over to you, James.
Awesome. Great to see you and whoever is watching, whether now and recorded. Thank you. I'm James Welniak. Great to be here. I think this is maybe my fifth or sixth time. Really grateful to be here, Russell, with you and really with the audience to talk about the focus and attention really around the world, especially with AI. So I'm James Welniak, and I'm the Director of Mindfulness and Focus with CUP Advisory. And I'm really excited to be here to really teach you a little bit about the nervous system and how focus and attention really needs to be front and center in our conversations with technology these days.
I completely agree with you, James. And you think about today, just the short attention span of what a lot of people have. So my question to you, James, is how was the relationship between attention and identity changed in the digital world over the last? Well, I mean, the digital world is always on, right? So how's it changed over the last, let's say, 5-10 years to even now?
That's a powerful question, and we have to look at. So,
okay,
Russell, for most of human history, our focus and attention was something that we chose. So we the people decided where it went. It went to people like to you and I having this conversation. Technology, yes. AI, yes. But still our choice. We're choosing to talk to each other. We also choose to put our attention to work and also to, most importantly, to rest. But today, our focus and our attention isn't our own. And it's not our choice anymore because it's being constantly pulled. It's being pulled by screens, by information, Russell, that is designed, specifically designed by very smart people and even AI to attract you and even distract you. And when that happens, Russell, often enough, frequently enough, it wears you down. It
Right.
wears you down, and it specifically wears down your nervous system, and it erodes your health. And I say this because I've done a lot of research, psychology, physiology, especially neuroscience. I just got my neuroscience coaching license, and this has been such an eye-opening experience in researching this, but also, and you know this, my lived experience. And what I want to tell you, Russell, is that when you don't know where your attention is going, where your focus is going, something else is deciding for you. And here's the killer question, or the riddle of our age, because there's no easy answer. Is it real or is it artificial? And how is it affecting me? Because when you stop living, and this is what happened, when you talk about lived experience. So this is what happened, to me over the course of several years. And it was before COVID, and it started in 2016. And it was a time, man, where my life was rocking. I thought I was unstoppable. And I see a lot of young people, and it breaks my heart because I didn't have.
Sorry, just to jump in, James. Sorry, we're having issues with your microphone. I don't know if you're scraping your arm on it or something like that, or we like it kind of like feels like something's just like scraping the microphone, like kind of like that all the time,
No, okay. Is that better? I might have been.
That's a lot better. Yes. Whatever you did there, fantastic. Double thumbs up on that. So, James, please continue, because I want to continue hearing what you're saying, but also like we want to hear you loud and clear as well at the same time.
Oh, sir, I didn't really. Again, this is focus and this distraction. But this is just the state of the world that we live in, right? And so when your focus and your attention is constantly being distracted, you have to think about the effect of the nervous system. Because I use this number 23 minutes. So on average, according to my research, the average human, it takes to get narrow focused on a single thing. We think as humans that we can just do multiple things, and we are conditioned to be productive because that makes us feel great. That makes us feel really, really happy. But when you have 23 minutes, and in it, that takes time and intention to focus. And when your attention is being yanked, and it's not on your kids, it's not on your dog, it's not on the things that are around you, you have to ask yourself, what's driving you? Why? And when you're fighting with this, when you're fighting with your attention, you're fighting with your focus, that's the pull on your nervous system. That's the gut in your stomach. That's the, leave me alone. Gosh, why can't I find this email? That is that rip-roaring fear inside of your gut. That is just, and then when that happens, man, over and over and over, you think you're young, but I'll share this lovely picture of me. This is what happens. This is what happens. And here's the thing, and I'll confess, as an advisor, I'm an open book. And so when I was younger, I had, I still have ADD. So I'm hyperactive, high energy, and I thought I could do everything, Russell. I thought I could do everything. And I could multitask, and I could, have my laptop and my phone and my iPad and my Kindle. And you think you can just jump from one screen to another, to another, to another task. But the reality is that when you are focused, we are humans. We are not machines. Our minds don't work that fast. It's not a failure. It's not a insecurity. It's a fact. It's a fact.
I really have an important question for you, James, because we think about, like, when we talk about like TikTok brains, when we talk about a very short attention span, and like how you're saying, right, you choose where your attention goes, etc. In the age of AI, right, our attention is being taken to the AI, right? In terms of
Mhm.
the interactions with AI. So my question to you, James, is how do we, within the age of AI, how do we select to have our attention to go to the right places? What I mean by that is, should we specifically choose when we use AI, right? Is that one way we could do it? Or like, how do we have control over how we have our attention within the age of AI? Because everyone's just always all the time switching from one AI to another AI, etc., or constantly prompting, going backwards and forwards. So what is your kind of like, when we're talking about attention in particular,
Mhm.
how does that coordinate with AI?
I love that. And how I'll organize this is really, really simple into two buckets, real and artificial.
Okay.
Because here's the thing, when we talk about AI, and I've been around a long time, I was in it back when push cards. So AI to me is just technology. It's just information. It's rendered in a organic way. And so when you look at something that's real versus artificial, anything that's artificial in my world, because there's no right or wrong, so I will pause. I will take intentional pauses. And sometimes it could be minutes, and sometimes it could be 24 hours. Because the thing is that whether it's an email or whether it's a phone call, whether it's anything that's outside of you, but if it's my husband or my dog or my neighbor or my coworker or my client, that takes priority because that's right by me. That's what I consider
Correct.
real. And then when you talk about artificial, whether you call it AI, I call it artificial information. Is it how is this information affecting my nervous system, which is my mood, my spirit? How does it making me feel? Am I afraid of it? Is it some news alert? And so you have to teach yourself intention and action and awareness, because when you have awareness, Russell, of what's real and what's not, and it's going to get really hard. I get these robocalls every day.
True.
Every day. And listen, I advise, and this is an exactly a great example, right? I get them every day. And so I advise my clients, it's gotten so bad. And if you have any kind of neurodivergency or you're prone to losing focus and attention, I have everything shut off now. I have to. But then what I do is that in the morning, I have my routine. I check my emails, I check my phone, I check my messages, and I have my notebook. And then at midday, checkpoint. And then at night, checkpoint, because that eases my fear. It gets me into a cycle. It gets me out of this zone. And I'm able to create new mindful practices that I feel I have control over my attention. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, yes. And I think it's important that, you are living in the real world and also, interacting with the artificial world, as you like to call it, right? Because the thing is what happens is people lose touch of the real world, so to speak, because they're always on their phones, they're always on the computers, etc. And it's important to have that dynamic of being A, off the digital world, and then B, being on the digital world or being with AI. So anyway, James, we have run out of time, but what I want to do is just, for the last kind of like minute, just tell people, where they can find you, how can they interact with you? Like, is it LinkedIn? Like, where's the best place that they can go to support you and what you're doing, or even for you to advise them, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, my outreach right now is on LinkedIn. And so that's where my presence. I don't use Instagram. It's just a personal choice. I have an account, but that's also part of my routine because that was part of the addiction, was social media. And so I'm LinkedIn. So you can find me on LinkedIn. You can hear about me on LinkedIn as well. That's really my forum at this point to kind of get the nervous system message out.
Thank you so much, James, for joining us. And everyone, go on, check out James on LinkedIn. Up next, we got a next roundtable discussion coming up, which is human values, carrying them through accelerating change. And I wanted to just say thank you so much, James, for joining us.
Thank you, Russell.
And our Gather was well. Over to you, GatherVerse team.
Hello and greetings. Welcome to our second roundtable panel, GatherVerse Summit 2026. We come off the heels of a very high-powered fireside chat with James and Russell. And of course, not to mention the first roundtable, which was quite very insightful, and this is gonna take it a notch higher. Our roundtable panel for tonight is human values, carrying them through accelerating change. With me, I have a group of experts from around the world who are going to help us demystify this topic. And as we get into the topic, I would request you, my panelists, please introduce yourselves. Tell us who you are, what inspired you to join us today. And until called upon, I request you kindly mute your mics. And I will start with you, Emily. Tell us who you are, where you're joining us from.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Lynn. Good to see you again. I'm joining from Vancouver, Canada. I am a certified life coach specializing on the intersection of psychology and technology. So I specifically look at how content and algorithms fuel our biases. And I teach people through my digital wellness seminar and programs how to monitor yourself and each other and our online spaces for bias and then what to do about it. Because I recognize it's an emotional thing. And I'm curious about how this panel will go today because I think values is a really important part of all of this, which is something I talk about as well. So I'm excited to hear everybody's expertise today.
Emily, it's always an honor to have you back. And of course, we look forward to listening what you have to say about bias and how it intersects with human values. Camilla, this is not your first time. You're home right now, but tell us who you are and what inspired you to join us today.
Yeah, so my name is Camille Sanders, CEO of Greater Than Equal, and I do strategy advising for large-scale multi-stakeholder collaborations. And I work at the intersection of sustainability, technology, and humanity. So basically, I help innovative leaders work across differences so that we can all work together to make an impact on the world. So values is ingrained in everything that I do.
Right. We're happy to have you once again. Thank you for joining us. Teresa, tell us who you are. What inspired you to join us?
Hi, everybody. My name is Teresa Grant Narsman. I am the founder of an organization called Make a Difference Now. I have a background in marketing in the Silicon Valley, as well as running this nonprofit that I've run for 17 years. And what we do is we provide access to quality education for disadvantaged youth and women around the globe. We do that through scholarships, and then we also have a career training program through an LMS, a learning management software system, to kickstart them into their careers. And really what brought me into this discussion today was what I've learned is through my whole journey is human values don't disappear during disruption. I feel like they get exposed. And the real question isn't whether we have values, it's whether our systems reward them.
All right, Teresa, you're welcome once again. And I believe this is going to expose whether we have them or we are still instilling them. Thank you so much. And Antonio, over to you. Tell us who you are and what inspired you to join us today.
My name is Antonio Taylor. I'm the founder of Tailored Enterprise. I have been in technology for about 26 years in the corporate space, and I started my own company to kind of bring some of that executive level expertise to small businesses, nonprofits, and entrepreneurs who typically can't afford high value C-suite executives, but they still should be able to get that same level of service. And so I work with them. I also am an author. So wrote a book called Stop Trying to Be a Leader last year. And the premise of the book is to teach people to stop trying to be who they already are. Just embrace who you are. We've all had God-given abilities and talents. We don't have to listen to imposter syndrome when we feel like we're inadequate. We don't have to get validation from other people or affirmation. You have some God-given gifts that have been designed in you from the start. And it's important that we own those. In every room we walk into, we own that room as well. I like to talk, so I just joined the room today just to kind of hear from everybody else and provide whatever level of insight I can.
Antonio, you're in the right place. This is a place for people who want to express. And congratulations on your book. We look forward to have what it has in store in regards to this topic of today. Christian, over to you. What inspired you to join here, and who are you?
Hi, thanks so much for having me. My name is Christian Ortiz. I am the CEO and founder of Justice AI. I developed the world's first AI framework that solves for the bias problem. And I'm also the CEO of Mod Atlas Media, a diversity, equity, and inclusion media space that helps organizations develop inclusive language and inclusive marketing so they hit the mark with their messaging, which is extremely important, especially as they're diversifying their markets. And so I'm very excited to be here and was extremely excited to have this conversation about values, especially as we enter this AI space.
Christian, you're very welcome. And it seems bias is going to be on our radar today. And we greet you. I think this is your first time, and this is the right place to encourage you to be here more often. And Salvation, tell us who you are and where you're joining us from. What inspired you to join us?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Lynn. It's so good to be here among brilliant speakers. I'm Salvation Chigaraka. I'm joining from Lagos Island, Nigeria, specifically. And my inspiration for joining today's summit is that I want to learn and I also want to contribute because the conversation we're about to have is very important. We cannot negotiate on values, especially when it comes to humanity. So it's so good to be here. Thank you very much.
Salvation, thank you for joining us all the way from Lagos. Hope you're keeping warm there, and welcome. Justin, this is not your first time. We gladly welcome you once again. But tell us who you are and what inspired you to join us.
Absolutely. Lynn and the GatherVerse team and universe, thank you for having me back again. I am calling in from sunny South Florida. Um, and I truly believe, Lynn, that AI doesn't remove human responsibility, it increases it, right? So my name is Justine Clark. I am a product leader and a co-founder of We Create. We partner with different organizations to integrate AI thoughtfully into their operations and going for that efficiency. But not only that, right? Also to protect dignity, trust, and bring clarity to that day to day. What I care about really deeply is making sure that as our systems are evolving, we're not seeing our values get erased, opted out, automated out of the process. I really believe that as we continue to build, especially in this AI age, access must expand. Like it's not negotiable. It must expand, not narrow. Deep access to like tools, to the education, to the opportunity. It should reach every community, not just a
Yes.
select few. And so it begins with conversations like this one. And I'm honored that you've brought me into the conversation, Lynn.
All right, Justin, you're very, very welcome. Now, to set the stage, I know we've had the first roundtable panel, the first fireside chat, and taking it a little bit notch higher, we have human values. Each majority of you have mentioned the importance of human values, and I remember Teresa saying we are going to expose if we have them first of all, or we just mentioned them. But let's bring it into context. How do we define human values? I am from Africa. There are people from Oceania. There are people from Asia. There are people from many parts of the world. So, how do we define human values globally and individually in this rapidly evolving society? I want to hear from each and every one of you. And I guess I will start with you, Antonio, briefly. What is human values to you?
To me, human values. I think you mentioned something globally. I don't know if there's a global explanation of what human values are. I think they're the DNA of who you are as an individual, and I think that's shaped based on your culture, where you were born, where you were raised, the things that you were brought up around kind of help shape what those human values are. We all have some commonality around some human values that we all should adhere to. We should just be nice. My grandmother used to say it's nice just to be nice, right? There's some things we should just do. But within that framework, the reality of that, some of that still gets shaped by our environment, right? And as we get older, and what we're starting to see even with the the AI spaces, some of those in social media, some of those ugly values are starting to come out, right? That may not have been prevalent, many years ago, that were always inside of people, but now we're just allowing them to be seen. So I think your values are innately who you are, but I think a lot of that is shaped by your environment.
Yes, environment. I get that perspective. Christian, what is your say? What is your take on human values? What is it to you?
It's a very interesting concept and conversation to have, especially as Antonio pointed out, it is a global perspective. I am a decolonial social scientist for context, so I study the world before, during, and after European colonization. So I take a look at the impact that it's had all around the world, and I help society connect the dots on how our biases manifest today, our harmful biases through colonization. And so I've been able to operationalize this decolonial perspective, critical race theory that we've studied to kind of really hit the nail on the head in terms of looking at values as something that really reflects collective liberation. And so I try to help individuals understand that no matter where you are in the world, oppression shouldn't be an opinion. It shouldn't be an option. It shouldn't be debatable. And so if that's the case, then what does the world look like in a truly inclusive world where everybody has a seat at the table, has a perspective, and really we focus on the well-being of each and every person on this planet?
Yes, and I absolutely concur with the perspective of well-being. That is one of our standards here at GatherVerse. So, thank you for sharing that. Salvation, I'm dragging the thread to you. I want to hear what is human values to you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lynn. I would say for me that human values are behaviors, characters that apply to you and me, and I can still keep us safe. And so I would take it from this perspective of if we belong to a community and we want a common benefit, we have to place value for ourselves for what we want to achieve to be able to achieve that. So these are like behavior patterns that we as people, as individuals, need to have. It could be a form of moral conduct. It could be a form of character that we all need to have to be able to, treat ourselves right, build the right product, think of the right designs, and create the right kind of narrative generally.
Yes,
That's
okay. Oh, cool. I love when you mentioned moral standards of conduct. That stood out for me. But Justin, over to you. What is values to you?
Oh, it's a great question, Lynn. For me, human values, they're more the principles, right? That define how we move and how we define what's fair, what's, right, what's progress or even a harm. As in brought up as well, like the decolonized way of looking at it. To me, it also at a base level, it's almost like what's right, who matters, and at times also who is responsible. And for me, it drives very heavily back to like our values is not just philosophical, something that we speak to. You often are going to really see that in the actions. I believe doctors, someone has mentioned it earlier. You're going to see it in our actions and how we foundationally move. So to me, human values are deeply held principles. And some of them are things like integrity, fairness, responsibility, especially within this AI age that we are
Yes.
in.
Definitely responsibility. We're going to come to that. I think it's a very weighty subject and definitely worth attaching. Teresa, what is values to you?
Yeah, I really have been reflecting on this even more as everybody's been speaking. I think core human values are defined less by what we say and more by what we refuse to compromise. It's easy to communicate that we do have values. We all want to have values, but I think it comes down to when the pressure cooker is on and what we refuse to compromise. Now, what that looks like within a nonprofit is we go back to our mission, and people are constantly trying to push our mission. Donors can do that, students can do that, partners can do that. And then when it comes to AI, there is that value of, are we being honest? Are we being ethical? We often focus on the speed of trying to get things done, but we don't always go back to, wait, who am I and what am I really saying here? And is this ethical? So even with our students, when they're communicating to their sponsors, we want them to not rely on AI completely. They become robotic. What the sponsors have fallen in love with is the individual. And so it really tests us. We don't want everybody to be sounding the exact same, right? Who are we? And we have to hold on to who we are. It's not easy as much when we're being tested, and we can rely on AI. Do we want to be robotic or do we want to be authentic? Is a question sometimes. And who do we prioritize when resources are limited? So,
yeah, Teresa, what I'm getting from you is human values are being tested right now, right? And this is the time as humanity to prove ourselves that we have values and this is what we stand for. But I'm going to come to that maybe a little bit sooner, because we have a generation that perhaps doesn't know or understand what human values mean. They all sound the same because they have grown up in an automated world. But anyway, that's a conversation for another chance. But Camila, I want to hear from you. What is human values to you?
Sure. So to me, human values are what we hold close to us. I think that every individual has a set of values, and a lot of times it's self-conscious. So I love what you said, Teresa, that it comes out when you almost least expect it, when you're tested, your values really come out. And also values can be spoken, meaning like written, like you said, in a mission or within a strategy. But we also have social norms that are accepted. Like we all believe in trust and empathy and innovation and all these different values that we say are important, right? We say are important, right? But I think, and what I'll add to the conversation is that I think as the world shifts, our values shift. And what I mean by that is not that our values necessarily change, but there is different degrees. So for example, I'll give a value of self-sovereignty. Maybe way back before the internet, that was a lower priority. But now with the internet and people's data, and can we own our data? What can we be ourselves? Are we controlled by other people? Do we have autonomy? That self-sovereignty value has skyrocketed, right? With AI, different innovation, technological innovation that we have. So I think it evolves over time too.
Thank you for bringing that perspective that human values evolve and we're seeing it happen. And yeah, thank you for sharing that. Emily, over to you. What is human values to you?
I mean, I went last. I feel like everyone said everything already. I feel like I resonate with everything everybody said. And I like the image of our values being the pillars of our identity. And these pillars can be as strong as we want them to, and they can also be weak enough to break down from external forces. It's also possible for people to imprint pillars into us. It's possible for us to have values passed on to us, either through socialization and just as we learn through culture, but also when you look at technology and you look at how many more people are spending time in the surface level consciousness where you're not fully aware of your whole self. So you open to being impressioned by all of these messages coming in through content. And when we are scrolling, we just kind of switch into this different state and we're not fully aware of the messages that are being passed on to us. And I tell people that having grounding on your own values that you're actively choosing for yourself is such a key part of not being steered or swayed, and being able to have checks and balances for yourself and for each other based off of our values. So when you're going to react to something, you can ask yourself, does this reflect who I want to be? And we can check that by asking if it reflects our values. But yeah, what about you, Lynn? What do you feel about values?
Actually, before I even answer what you had to say, I have a follow-up with what you just said, and just building to the next topic, and that is, you've mentioned when we are scrolling, when we have internalizing all these messages that are coming in, our subconscious mind is open, but we're not aware of what it's taking in, and that is where we define our values. But I just have a follow-up. What about kids who haven't even learned yet to define the values, and they're watching all this content? Some form of content are harmful in form of cartoons. They look harmless. But when you look at them in-depthly, what is entering their subconscious mind, you definitely know there's harm here, there's a danger here. So how do such vulnerable communities or vulnerable people protect their minds if they haven't even defined their values? Emily and Teresa, I'm handing this over to you.
This is a very good question and a great point. And it speaks to the responsibility that we have as a community to assist our younger generations, because we learn our values from other people first before we're able to understand what that means. And then we start shaping our own independent identities. As we get older, we learn what we like, what we believe in, what makes us angry, that kind of thing. So with our kids, they do need a certain amount of protection, especially with the kind of content that's coming online from certain messages. But in order to do that, we have to agree as a collective what we want the values to be that we instill in our kids. And that can be challenging in itself. But I feel like some of them are just basic, like being kind for one, and being accepting and open seem basic to a lot of us, but to some people that's really scary. So it is a challenge for sure. But Teresa, what do you think?
Oh, I love this question, and I think it's timely. And it's not just with the youth that we help with our organization Make a Difference Now, but I see it also with my kids. So it's a little personal. That's why I was responding and going, oh, wow, this is a good one. Recently, my kids were watching YouTube, and they talked about a few facts that they learned, and it was on YouTube. So they felt like that was absolutely the facts, right? And there was a little bit of animation, so it was kid oriented, but AI streaming to a lot of just, I don't even know if people really thought through what they were putting together when they presented this. But you may know about the myth that at 3 a.m., Siri and Google talk to each other. And the kids wanted to stay up at 3 a.m. and they wanted to listen to this. And they, that's one thing that had happened. I said, no, it's really not real. Another thing I would go back to with that question is, with the values, how do we monitor this with kids? And I would say we have to mirror it. We have to mirror everything we want the kids to be brought up with. If we feel that this is not okay, we don't engage in it. And I think that's the hardest thing. If we don't want our kids on the screens, and we're on our screens all the time, you have heard this conversation before, but it is so hard for us as parents, as guardians, as, anyone who is around a kid. We have to mirror what we want them to be.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. I believe mirroring Kids learn from what you do 100%. If you drink water, next time you'll see them, they'll try to take a glass of water and drink from it. If they see you on the screen all the time, you cannot tell them not to be on the screen because they see you doing it every time. So thank you for even bringing it out. Let's widen this lens. Antonio, Christian, and Camilla, I want to hear from you. What signals indicate values are at risk during periods of disruption? I'll start with you, Camilla, and then Antonio, Christian.
Sure. So the conversation that was just had made me think the huge risk is people looking on the internet and just accepting things as being true. And for my kids, it's TikTok, right? It's like, oh, this is facts. I have done no research, but a certain number of people say it, and I think it's true, right? So, but that's true for adults too, right? We see something, we're exposed to it, and we kind of just accept that, right? So that is definitely a risk. But I also think that as I'm thinking about this question, I'm really like focused on the world that we live in today. So some of the things that I would think is like lack of consensus. A lot of things are happening, especially within leaders, that we don't necessarily agree on. The society as a whole doesn't have consensus. They're just operating on their own, which also goes to lack of integrity, right? People saying they're going to do something and then they do something totally different, which also erodes trust with our leaders, right? So there's lack of trust that we're talking about, like, what are risk factors? Lack of consistency, lack of trust, lack of integrity, and also, which has always been the case, lack of transparency, right? We don't know what's real, what's not real. We don't know how people came to different conclusions. A lot of things is just done in the dark from society as a whole, right? And so there's lack of transparency where we cannot build that trust between people. And I think all of those things are, some of the things that put us at risk when we're in this disruption.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. Antonio, what's your lens? What do you have to say? Camilla mentioned something about lack of transparency, and it's really hard to tell who to trust and who not to trust. But Antonio, tell us your view.
Yeah, I would go even deeper and say the loss of identity. I think we are living in a time in a space today where most of us see people that we thought we knew, and then all of a sudden we see a behavior and it's like, okay, where did that come from? Like, I had no clue that. And so, and I think with the social media, and I think with everything that's being ingested in people's brain, we weren't designed to be able to have that much data into our brains to be able to handle it. That's why our subconscious takes over, right? And so what I'm starting to see is there's this groupthink, right? And so now you lose your identity and even your own values and purpose. Your identity is based on what somebody says. And so when you start looking at the risk, I think the biggest risk is we aren't even ourselves anymore. And I always tell this analogy: we can all go to a sporting event together, and without knowing anybody around us, we're high-fiving, we're hugging, we're all cheering for the same team, right? We're all under synergy, and we immediately leave. And the moment we leave that stadium, we're at odds, ready to fight because of our, neighborhoods we grew up in or our political beliefs. And it's like, wait, did you just code switch that fast? Right. And so I think pretty much what happened. I think the biggest risk that I see is, even going back to the transparency, you just don't even know who's real anymore. You just have no idea about an individual's identity anymore, which makes it hard to trust them. It makes it hard to believe in them. It makes it hard to follow them. And it's just because we've gotten into this groupthink mode where as long as one person says it, that's the gospel, that's the Bible. And now that's being infiltrated into our kids. I heard somebody say, hey, if it's on TikTok, it's true. And I'm like, when did that become like the norm? I mean, I grew up, in a Southern Black Baptist home. I watched Popeye every single day. I know I couldn't go outside and fight, even though there was a fight every single day happening on the cartoon, right? And it's like, when do we lose ourselves in what we're consuming? And so I think for me, the biggest risk is us in losing our identity and who we are.
Yeah, I appreciate that you made it very concrete. Justin, I see you, but Christian, I want to hear you. What is your lens on this particular subject?
Absolutely. I agree with a lot of what everybody's saying, for sure. As a father of four myself, I've always tried to implement this idea of understanding for my kids, to help them understand that society as a whole operates through conditioning. And we're conditioned to believe so much from our surroundings through media and education and all of these things. So from a decolonial lens, I interrogate these systems that we're born into that we didn't ask for. And I really take a look at the foundation of what we're born into, and really just encourage people to have the conversations at home, to question everything, to really interrogate power and interrogate impact and be intentional. I think these conversations are extremely important in the household to be able to really identify what our roles are in society so that we can make a better impact overall, and really just have a broader sense of what's happening in the world, so that what we take in, we understand is trying to condition us, and therefore we can make a better decision in how we move forward.
You know, Christian, you brought it very sharply. But I have a follow-up before I come to you, Justin. I remember when I was in my bachelor's, doing my bachelor's, one of the lessons I learned is classical condition, how you can condition animals to behave and work in a certain routine. Is that happening to humans, and who is behind that? And how does someone become aware when they're conditioned? Christian, briefly, and then I come to Justin.
For sure. We are born in, especially here in North America, in a system that's controlled by Western sources. And so the global North. And so the information that we're being fed are controlled by the people in media to the education. I also spent 25 years in the Southern United States. And so I understand how education has been whitewashed, for lack of a better word. To erase histories, and there's a lot of epistemicide happening where epistemic knowledge is being erased intentionally. And so I think the powers that be are a select few who have just tons of money and who are creating these systems that are pumping so much information into our brains, into the brains of our children as well.
All right, thank you for highlighting that. That was beautifully made aware, and I hope everyone is taking notes on this. Justin, what is your perspective? What is your lens?
Mylan. I'm going to start with, I agree with Christian on, he mentioned impact, right? And I agree with it from the fact that impact is a real measure. I think we can definitely say intentions. We have certain intentions, you know. I'm going to speak of it from the lens of what we're doing with technology and AI, and lean into that a little bit more. We have certain intentions, and that can certainly be good, but I believe that you get the real value in the outcomes, right? And what that means for us is that if you look at it from an impact lens, it really forces us to move beyond what we said we were going to do, and like what actually happens. To the general question, I take a product lens when I look at this question, and what that means is I look at it in trade-offs. So I feel like values are at risk when there are certain trade-offs that step into the room. We're hearing a lot of conversations around speed and urgency, and there is nothing inherently wrong with that. But I would say check to see if that trade-off is like reflection. Are we being urgent over reflecting? Are we being urgent over retrospecting on, what the impact of our decisions are and what we're doing? Now the trade-off that comes to mind is empathy. I think Teresa had mentioned that empathy. But, in trying to get that speed and be efficient, are we kind of overriding our empathy or trading that off? And so for me, I would say values are at risk when you start to see certain trade-offs enter the conversation or the room. And the biggest one for me personally is access, right? We're in a space where if we're not careful, voices can narrow, perspectives can really, I'm trying to find the word I'm looking for here, but yeah, perspectives can, like, only certain perspectives can be brought to the table. And I feel like that's sort of what, is it Chris? I don't know, I'm sorry, but Christian is getting at. But like, yeah, if you don't have all of those perspectives at the table, then you have only certain voices, you have only certain access to something that is going to ultimately shape the conversation of society. So yeah, to me, we have to pay attention to that and make sure we keep our values in mind as we go ahead.
Yes, Justin, that was a very healthy divergence. What are we trading off? You only know it's risky when you're trading it off with something that is valuable to the community. But let me just shift gears for some time here. Salvation, we have a conflict here. So what signals indicates values? Okay, let me take it to the next question. Where do individual and collective values conflict, and how are these tensions resolved? Salvation, and anyone who wants to chime in on this debate, this beautiful conflict that is just right in front of us. But Salvation, tell us your thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think personally that we all have our individual values that will not be agreed on a collective table. I have my personal values. The next person around me would have a different values. And these are because our upbringings may be different, our cultures may be different, my environment may be different from the next person's environment. So there are likeliness of having conflicts when we come together as people. But then it all matters what is the end goal. What do we want to achieve when we come together collectively? What is the goal of our coming together? What do we want to make happen by coming together? And that's where we have to drop our guards, get to understand ourselves as people, as individuals, and take that understanding and focus that understanding on the goal of the mission we're gathered together for. And I would say another angle would be identity, just as Anthony mentioned. And identity is very important because when you have this goal that you want to achieve as a people, as individuals, or as a group, it's very important to know that, okay, I value my respect. Does the next person value my respect when we come together collectively? I value my space. Do you value my privacy? So our individual identity has its role to play when we come collectively. And conflicts can only be erased when we understand ourselves, value identity, respect each other's identity, and find a collective way to be more transparent ourselves, relate with ourselves. I think that way we can reduce conflict. I won't use the word erase totally because I also have this perspective that conflict is good. There are scenarios where conflict will reveal things that should be addressed. And conflict can also make me understand the next person and the next person understand me better. So I also think that it can reduce conflict, and also transparency has a very key role to play in that area. The more
Yes.
transparent people can be, the more transparent I can be to you, Lynn, or to Serenity. I think she will want to work with me when she knows I'm more transparent with her. But when there's dishonesty, I don't think people want to work with somebody dishonest. So transparency
Exactly.
play a very key role in reducing conflicts.
Salvation, what I'm getting from you, this is whereby I'm currently reading a book on leadership, and this book just says if you don't define your human values right from the word go, the chances of conflict, the chances of compromise, the chances of just falling apart are very high. So this is the case whereby you communicate your personal values, but also you come together as a group, and we agree on something, on a goal, and we just run towards it despite our different values and just come with harmony. But I know some of you have something to say on this, and please, Teresa or Camila, you can first.
Sure.
Let me go with Camila and then over to you, Teresa. Please do.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Salvation said and also that you just said. Absolutely. I also want to expound on something that Justine said. So, when it comes to conflict, like I said before, we have different prioritizations of values, right? So I may value empathy, I may value transparency over everything, but there may be an organization or a person that values innovation, right? So I'll give an example. If you think about rideshare companies, right? There are in the gig economy, right? Everyone's doing rideshare and making a living, but the rideshare company values innovation. Eventually, there will be automated cars, right? They won't need the gig workers anymore. But I come in on the other hand, like they probably don't necessarily care about you know, whether people have jobs or not, they care about the bottom line, they care about innovation. But where I come in, or who our listeners come in, or everyone on this panel, is that we have people that are empathetic and that value that, and they're closer to what's happening, and so they're going to build solutions. Maybe it's upskilling people, maybe it's thinking about what's going to happen in the future. How about it's moving people to entrepreneurship and innovation and things like that. So I think we work hand in hand based on our own values, but we need people that have different values, maybe even have those conflicting values to help to balance it out.
Yes, definitely. There's beauty in difference or diversity. I agree with that totally. And Teresa, and then to you, Antonio, because I see you nodding to that. But Teresa, I want to hear from you.
I just quickly wanted to add, when Salvation said conflict is actually good sometimes, I really, that resonated with me. And then you had mentioned, and I'll reflect back on that, but you had mentioned, Lynn, human values even more, you know, and we actually had to state those human values and to state them from the get-go. And I feel like when we look at the United States, which is where I am today, I sometimes am in Africa as well, but when we look at the United States, and I think we can say this about other countries, there is sometimes division, often division with politically, right? So we have the Republican, maybe Democratic parties, and you'll see it on social media, a lot of conflict. But when it comes down to it, I always think in my soul is our human values are actually pretty similar if we really brought them out and we said, look, are we this different? In the end, we really actually want a lot of the same things, but it's hard to sometimes break those down. We start getting into reacting, and we don't always stop and pause and go, really, what is this person after? Is it similar to me? Do we actually have some of the same, the same values? So I think we have to bring it back to that. And I really loved how you both were talking about, conflict being good, human values, presenting them first. That's where we need to start. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you for highlighting that. I believe the same as well. When you put humans together, when we listen to each other quite in depth, you might find we have some similarity. It's just that we express them in different ways. Antonia, and then I'll come to you, Emily. Tell us what you think about this.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I agree with the conflict and the tension. I don't like to say tension. I like to say healthy tension is good, because healthy tension has a place, right, in all of our lives and in our workforce, because it helps you to think at your ideas from a different lens. And I'll add that most of the time, to what Teresa was talking about, most of the time the problem becomes when we have a differences of opinion or value. The problem becomes when we personalize that, right? So Camila was talking about somebody may have empathy and somebody may be innovative, right? Those hold the same weight, regardless of the individual, right? So if Antonio is more innovative and Camila is more empathetic, Camila shouldn't look at my innovation and saying, well, I'm empathetic. Mine weighs more than yours. They're equal across every individual, which makes that healthy tension valid. And I think what happens is we start losing respect because I take it personal now that you didn't listen to my innovative idea because you're so empathetic. And so now I personalize that, and I've forgotten the common goal is what we're all trying to reach, right? What is the mark we're trying to hit? And once we have that in the forefront of our minds, we start to see each other through that lens and start to realize Camilla's empathy is actually my weakness, but I now get to see that as my strength, right? Because now we start to bridge that gap into where we're going. That's where I mean when I say healthy tension, right? Yes, we are differently aligned in our values and what's important to us, but when we make it healthy, you start to realize, man, I need some of that innovation. And so I need Antonio, man, I need some of that empathy. So I need Camilla in order for us to get to the goal we're trying to get to.
Antonio, that takes a lot of humility, right? Because humans are egoistic. We are naturally egoistic, and we love our ideas, we love ourselves, we love what we put there. And that takes a lot of humility. Thank you for sharing that. Emily, I want to bring this to you. How can leaders embed values into decision making in urgency?
Okay, pivoting. I was preparing in my head for the other question, but that's okay. Yeah, I agree with everything everyone said. And I think if I could add one thing, it would be like, even if we can't agree on the values, can we at least agree that we have the right to our values? And maybe we could create a system around that works a little more efficiently. In terms of this question, how can leaders embed values into decision-making urgency? I mean, you have to, first of all, know what they are. I think you have to ground in those pillars for yourself and who you are, but then recognizing that when you apply that to a business, you're now operating on behalf of a collective. So again, it kind of ties into the previous question of that challenge of making sure that you're establishing the values that you want your business and your team members to embody and to carry forwards, but in a way that respects and honors them as individuals, rather than you trying to inflict your own beliefs and your own perspectives onto other people. Like, as Antonia said, we need to have different perspectives to make this all work. Like, we have different values for a reason, because we're different people. We have different problems that we're here to solve. And when we put that all together, we can create something that's a little more all-encompassing, that actually respects everybody's right to be and your freedom to choice. So I think that it also comes back to, I think Teresa was saying about not sacrificing your values in speed. I think Justine mentioned this too, about, yes, when things are urgent, and it's just too easy to get carried away in the rush. It's when you're trying to keep up with this world that is already so fast paced that we start sacrificing those values, and then we have the deterioration overall. And I think that's kind of where we're at right now. And I think slowing down and regrounding on those pillars, regrounding on the values, and being in control of our own pace as we step forwards, and stepping forwards with purpose, grounding in who we want to be and what we want to represent, can actually help us to cultivate a stronger foundation that is going to be able to support everybody's needs moving forwards.
Emily, you brought that very powerfully, and you made us really reflect on slowing down. It's an aspect that we really have to emphasize everywhere we go in our organizations and the work we do. But I see our precious time that we spend together really dwindling down. But I want to hear from you, Christian. Please close us off. What is your take on this? And Justin, perhaps briefly.
Really briefly, I think I just want to end by saying that everything that we've been talking about between conflict and values, I think, are key points to this conversation and how we move forward. I wrote something down because I wanted to be a little intentional with my neurodiversity here, so bear with me. Values are the point. They're, not conflict. Conflict is just a symptom that shows up when values are unclear, unevenly enforced, or flat out contradicted by incentives, right? So we have to really look at what's best for the collective good, and have a healthy system. To Antonio's point, I think a healthy discussion is exactly what we need to have, and we need to have patience and meet each other where we're at. But ultimately understand that, again, oppression is not an option, and values can also cause harm. So we have to be very mindful about where our values are and really prioritize what's best for everybody around us.
That was impeccable. Justin, just one word for a closeout. Tell us one word and we are out.
Absolutely. I would say that you have to know your non-negotiables before the pressure hits, before you're in the pressure cooker. And agreeing with a lot of what has been shared today. But one of the things I will leave us with is it's like Pavlovian. I think of Pavlovian when I think of people. And we can talk about all these things, but if we don't align incentives, right? If there isn't a reward for the values that we're saying we want to establish, then at times falls short. So that's what I would kind of wrap with, is like aligning the incentives with how it is you want to build business, how it is you want to move forward in this newer age. And yeah, thank you for this gather, Lynn.
That was impeccable. And I would say this panel, we could have gone on and on, but here's what I need to tell you. There's more gathers to come, and we look forward to having you back again. Over to you, GatherVerse team. Thank you so much for being here. Our gather as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to day one of the GatherVerse Summit 2026. An incredible roundtable from Lynn moderating, as well as lots of fantastic discussion and expressions shared. But today we have an incredible roundtable panel here with us. As you can see, Malaysia, Dr. Zekaya, Lynn, Erin, Stephanie, Martin. But what we're going to do is we're going to do some quick introductions very shortly. Sorry, now, not shortly. We don't want to be waiting. So what we're going to do, we're going to start with Dr. Zakia?
Yes,
I think,
that's right.
And
Hi,
then we'll go
everyone.
and then we'll go to Malaysia, Lynn, Erin, Stephanie, and Mantin. So, Dr. Zakia, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be a part of this panel. My name is Dr. Zakia Ghaffari. I have PharmD. I've been working as a consultant in the pharmaceutical industry for over 20 years, and I've seen how AI has infiltrated everything, including big pharma. And so it's very refreshing to be able to speak about the emerging technologies with those who think differently than most tech companies, I would assume. Great to be here.
That is correct, Dr. Zakia, and that's what we're going to be talking about on today in this roundtable. Human dignity, a guiding force for emerging technologies. And also welcome, Dr. Zakia, as well.
Thank you.
Malaysia, please introduce yourself for those people who don't know you. I know who you are, but who doesn't know you, Malaysia? Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Russell, and thank you for the team of Gather Universe, and of course, my esteemed peers here today. My name is Malaysia Harrell, and I have been a psychotherapist for almost 3 decades. I know I don't look like it, but I am a veteran as well, and I get to work with people who are transitioning from one realm of their life to another. And especially in the mental health field, I think we're seeing a lot of questions come up. Do we need therapists? Now I have AI, and also there is a population of people with invisible disabilities as well. And so just making sure that as we're continuing to progress in our technological field, that we're not leaving people out, people who have not been exposed to technology, and keeping that human dignity in with there as well. So I look forward to diving in with you all today.
Thank you for joining us, Malaysia. And yeah, I completely agree with you 100%. We'll get into all those discussions very shortly. Up next is Lynn. So Lynn, please introduce yourself and tell the people who you are. I know the order's been messed around a little bit, but you are up next. So Lynn, please introduce yourself.
Good day. My name is Lynn Dowdell of the Dowdell Experience. The Dowdell Experience is a leadership and client engagement consultancy for entrepreneurs, executive, and organizations to help elevate every interaction. Dealing with my Elevate framework, I blend from global speaking to mentorship to customized training that helps equip leaders to build trust, inspire others, and create lasting impact. I have worked in the intersection of leadership behavior, client and citizen experience, and community trust for the better part of 25 years in the health insurance sector, and also in law enforcement, bridging the gap between law enforcement and the community. So I'm very much interested in making sure that human dignity is a part of emerging technologies and innovation.
You have such a fantastic multi-background, Lynn. It's incredible, all the things that you've done. So thank you for joining us, Lynn, and welcome to GatherVerse. Also, over to you, Erin. We're going to jump straight into you. So tell me, Erin, who are you?
Hi there. So great to be on this call with you all. This is not my first call, so I'm excited to have another gather, and just it's always like the meeting of the minds. It feels really
It is, isn't it?
So my name is Erin Catrone. I am a clinical therapist. I'm based out of New York State, and I specialize in trauma more specifically through understanding symptoms through the lens of the nervous system. And so I've kind of moved into the coaching realm as a nervous system training coach to kind of give this information a little more access across state lines, not having to jump through as many hoops. And I also work to mentor clinicians and wellness professionals. I work with entrepreneurs and thought leaders to help them sort of decode the hidden language of symptoms and systems. So we get into breaking survival patterns and understanding that body-mind connection and retraining the nervous system so we can access more healing and success and expansion. And there's a lot of things we'll get to talk about, I'm sure, on this call of how that can relate to this work.
Absolutely, Erin. Thank you so much for joining us. And Joy, you just joined us. So please tell us who you are, Joy, and also welcome to GatherVerse as well.
Awesome. Thank you for the welcome. Yes, I am Joy Dixon. I am the founder and CEO of Mosaic Presence. We do engineering leadership advising, so with a focus on AI enablement. So so that's basically the background of it. Me, myself, I'm probably one of those special engineering folks. I'm both very technical as well as very human-centered, and I'm also like a certified coach. So really, when I talk to people about technology, it's always with the human first perspective.
Completely agree, Joy, and thank you for joining us as well today. And also, last but not least, Stephanie. I think we saved the best till last, of course. So, Stephanie, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Sylvester. I'm co-founder of Avatar Buddy, and we're a managed AI as a service company that creates function-specific AI agents and digital twins to help maximize your AI investment. What does that mean in simple English? Basically, we build and manage AI agents for you so you can focus on what you do best. And I'm looking forward to this presentation. I was drawn to it because it's focused on technology and dignity. And one of the things that we're talking about right now is we're at a crossroads to whether or not we're going to use AI to destroy the humankind or amplify it. And when we build tools that don't have human in the loop, we're eroding people's sense of purpose. And without a sense of purpose, we have no dignity. Without dignity, then we lose who we are as a person. And so it just becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, completely agree, Stephanie, and thank you for joining us. And I do apologize, Mantin, I haven't forgotten about you. I know I said last person, but then I realized I was like, hang on, Mantin hasn't introduced himself yet. So Mantin, please introduce yourself and also welcome to GatherVerse. You just have to unmute yourself.
All right. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Russell. And thank you. I'm really happy being here. I'm Mantin Lu. I've been working in the gaming industry for decades, 2 decades actually. So I know I can resonate with Malaysia. I may look young, but I believe I am most probably the most oldest person in this room. And so I was very successful in my early age. However, when my son's diagnosed with autism, it changed everything, and actually changed my career path as well. So based on my personal journey and also my experience building teams, managing studio, and creation of countless game world, I create a framework, Slay the Dragons, to overcome any challenge. So right now, I'm a speaker. I talk about overcome challenge, slay the dragon all the time. And I also am a coach. I helping parents with autistic children. I help the autistic children themselves. And now I'm also helping teenagers who are gifted or they don't have any label to overcome their executive dysfunction. So in this journey, I really feel like AI, for most of the people, they feel like it's a big dragon, but actually it's a big opportunity for us. I would love to talk more about that in this panel. So thank you for having me.
We will definitely jump into that, Mantin, and thank you so much for joining us. And very admirable as well in what you do, both as a coach and also in your personal life too. So thank you so much for joining us today as well. And also, I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Russell. I'm the co-founder of Just Verify and also Director of Global Affairs at GatherVerse. So I do a lot of things and I wear a lot of hats in a nutshell. But Just Verify specifically is focused on building the trust infrastructure for AI. We focus on the integrity and trustworthiness of the models and making sure that you are able to make a decision through what we call trust evidence in being able to see how trustworthy these models are and making your own choices rather than just blindly trusting any model or blindly trusting any sort of company. So that's what we do in a nutshell. I guess if you want to, what I like to say is verify then trust. That's my little motto that I have. So but anyway, let's get straight into the questions. So question 1, how is human dignity defined in the context of emerging technologies? Now, I always argue that, a definition really is just one definition. I think there's only one universal definition truth. I could be completely wrong. Of course, that is my opinion. Obviously, everyone has their own opinions, I'm sure. But we'll fire this question over to Dr. Zakia, and then we'll also head over to you next, Malaysia.
This is a great question. I think this is something that we don't quite think about or talk about as often as we should. So human dignity is where every person has an inherent worth, right? Just for being a human, not because we're producing any data, not because we're useful in any kind of algorithm. And in tech, it means that we shouldn't let like AI treat people like they're objects, like we are a means to an end. But I see that it is constantly replacing like human interactions. For example, AI companions of late have become like a placeholder for an actual human-to-human connection. And I think that's deteriorated a lot of things that we are slowly starting to see now. But when it comes to human dignity, I don't think some of these programs and apps that are rolled out, they're not really looking at it from the perspective of how it is it going to affect a human, their daily life, societal connections, family connections, community connections. And so it makes everything feel one layer removed from reality to me. So I think defining just human dignity as we are inherently, each of us, whether we can produce something or not, whether we can give you some kind of data or not, that we are inherently of value just from our stance of being here.
Okay, that's very interesting. Is dignity potentially, though? I'm just kind of like fire back a little bit, Dr. Zakia. I just kind of want to dive into it a little bit more. When we talk about human dignity, is dignity like a standard? Is it a value? Like, what is it defined as? Like, as in, like, when we're talking about human dignity, like, is it like our own dignity to the AI? Is it AI's dignity? I mean, does AI even have a dignity? That's another question. But what do you understand what I'm saying? Like, what is it?
I would say I don't think when we are the creators of something like AI, robots, programs, algorithms, I think we inherently as humans have a universal human dignity or universal human rights, no matter where you live, where you're born. But when we are creating something like AI, that's not inherently something that exists on its own. That's something that we've created. So an AI or robots or companions cannot have, I don't think they should be under this same umbrella that we put ourselves under.
No, that makes sense.
Right? We have autonomy, we have unique thinking, we have our own perspectives, but AI has learned these things from watching us. So it's not like it's sentient and able to do that on its own.
That is very true. And thank you for sharing, Dr. Zakia. Like I said, it was a very kind of follow-up question kind of thing. But I kind of went to sort of just dive into it a little bit more. And like I said, so thank you for sharing your opinion. And Malaysia, what I'm going to do is kind of like jump into the next question with yourself, which is, which aspects of technological developments challenge our understanding of dignity, right? We're trying to we're defining the definition of human dignity, right, when it comes to emerging technologies. But which aspects of technological developments challenge that, or challenge our understanding of dignity from your lens, Malaysia?
This is such a great question, and I really love how Dr. Zakia answered the other question, because
100%.
and the question that you posed, because I don't feel like we have all the answers yet. I think some of this is to be determined. So when you talked about the dignity of AI, or of technology, that is to be determined. And because technology is being developed by humans, I think we have to learn kind of how that is going to manifest itself. But to answer your current question, can you just repeat the question for me one time? But
Sure.
That was such a good question that I was ready for that one too. But okay.
You're like, fire them all at me, Russell. Go for it.
Yeah, that one. I mean, we're still working on that question. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. The question is, which aspects of technological developments challenge our understanding of dignity? Like what is the challenge behind that as we're developing the technology?
Yeah, so great question. And I feel like when we're looking at technology is looking at data, right? And proficiency and speed, and how we're able to do things, that we haven't been able to even do before, and allow other people opportunities to do things that they were not able to do before. And so I think it is challenged when you look at the human dignity side of it, because technology is not human. It is not human. It doesn't have humanistic perspectives. It has what we give it. So I think, you see these robots, and you see, all the different things that are coming out. But I think it's very, very important to understand that although we have these resources that are available and they can help us in many areas, right? I think we still need to investigate. I think we need to be curious. And I think we need to ask more questions in the developmental phase of how we're actually using these emerging technologies, and how they actually relate to human dignity. Because there have been times that we've seen that some of these technologies have been harmful. So there are things that are contraindicated for any type of realm that we're looking at, whether it's mental health, whether it's any type of humanistic advancement. I think we have to be careful and look at what it can do, and be honest about what it cannot do, because sometimes we're just trying to sell people things, but we have to actually, as many of us are clinicians, we actually do assessments to determine which resources is going to be positively indicated for the people that we work with. So I think we still have some work to do there.
No, I completely agree, and there's an interesting saying that I've heard multiple times on GatherVerse, which is remain curious. Like always be curious, always be asking questions, always be changing. And another thing that I hear quite often as well, and this is actually not on GatherVerse, but I hear in quite a few podcasts as well, is the AI is just intelligence, right? It's not like human emotions or human I guess value, so to speak, right, at this moment in time. But it's all about advancing the intelligence and making our intelligence, even humans' intelligence superior, so to speak. So I hear that those kind of two things kind of going on, and I think that kind of intertwines with what you're saying, Malaysia, which is when we're talking about dignity and we're talking about all these different aspects that kind of go with that, and defining these different aspects as we go along as well. The bottom line is, I think you have to remain curious in order to ask these questions so that you can still move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malaysia. Mantin, let's go over to you now. And my question for you is, what frameworks make sure dignity is embedded into technology from conception? From your lens, Mantin.
Wow. All right, thank you, Russell. Thank you for asking these questions. I love talk about framework all the time. So I use my own frameworks to look at everything right now. So my framework is Slay the Dragon, SLAY. Spot the dragon, level up your gears, assemble your team, and yearn for victory. So when looking at AI, that's how I look at it. Number one, spot the dragon. What is the difficulty, obstacle AI is giving us? That's what I'm thinking about. So AI is great, but it's creating a lot of fear. It's creating a lot of issues right now in the society because it's taking over jobs, all that kind of things. So the internal dragon for the people is the dragon of fear. And the dragon of fear, there's two things. Number one is what I said, you fear of losing a job. You fear that you're not competent enough when compared to AI. And the second one is what you guys just said, trust. A few years ago, when we see a photo with someone with a celebrity, we will think, wow, this person have something. But right now, when we see that, our first gut feeling is, oh, this fake. How can you have a picture with Taylor Swift, but we can do it very easily? You just type something and you get one photo.
Exactly.
So how can we bring back this trust is the number one questions. So when I look at level up your gears, AI is literally just a level up of a tool for us. So I want everyone can really use it as a tool to level up your business, your life, all that kind of things. Don't see it as an obstacle. Don't see it as a threat in your life. And number three, assemble your team. What I mean is, now it's very funny. We have all those trust issues, but at the same time, I see it as an opportunity because it will make people ask more questions. For example, I see you, maybe Russell, I see you have a photo with Taylor Swift. I will ask you, hey, how can you get that? How can you get this?
I didn't know I was with Taylor Swift. I don't mind that.
Yeah. So I also ask you, what have you learned from her? Right? When you ask more questions, actually you unite people, you gathered people. So that's an opportunity. And the last one, yearn for victory. That's actually the key. Because AI, they are just intelligent. They can do a lot of things. However, what sets us apart as a human is that we have to yearn for victory. And that's the thing, that's the question that makes surrender impossible. So I believe human dignity fall inside that yearn for victory. So that's how I
100%.
see it. That's my framework.
I like that. It's a very Mantin. I will say this is a very unique lens to see it through, and I really like that and how you use trust as an example. And I just one thing I always I've been doing Just Verify for a couple of years now, and I constantly think about, even before people kind of even talking about trust, even 2 years back, it's like, okay, we're going to have a big issue on, for example, of what is real and what isn't, right? When we talk about digital twins, when we talk about deepfakes, when we're talking about is this the president or not? I might even speaking to you, Mantin, right now. Like, is this your agent? Is this your autonomous agent speaking to you right now? So here's the thing, right? These are all things I think about, and verification and trust is going to be fundamental as we kind of keep stepping further into this new world. And people are literally going to be asking, every day, going, have you verified that? Has it been verified? And I think that's kind of like the future and kind of what we're going in. And that's why what we do at Just Verify is so important, because we are getting to the root cause of it, right? We're looking at this from the bottom up, rather than the sort of waiting for the issue to come to us and then down. So, but anyway, Mantin, I don't want to keep talking too much longer, but thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And Joy, we're going to go over to you. And Stephanie, we're going to go to you. And then Lynn, also, we're going to be coming over to you as well next. So my next question for you, Joy, and we're going to start with yourself, is which ethical blind spots persist despite existing guidelines or standards? Now, I talk about standards, benchmarks all the time. I think, AI needs to be held at a high level. They need to pass certain standards. We need to be watching their behavior and their performance and how they act and what they say and what they do, etc. Anyway, without diving down the rabbit hole, from your point of view, Joy, which ethical blind spots persist despite existing guidelines or standards for you, Joy?
Humanity. When I saw this question, I really just thought about humanity. I think what's happening in the world today is folks have, totally Joy's opinion, an over-reliance on guidelines and standards to actually modify people's behavior. People have to actually want to modify their behavior in order for it to change. There is no guideline, there is no standard, there is no rule. So it's really up to each and every individual, right? To basically, once again, remember their agency, because it can change and it can be better and it can go in a different direction. But people have to remember that they do have agency to do that. And they have to hold themselves to the standard. Right? Like, if each and every single individual holds themselves to, like, hey, here's my standards of ethics, here's my standards of like dignity and how I respect all humans, then we will move forward. Right? So right now we do have blind spots, because it's almost similar to that, that phenomenon when somebody's like, oh, somebody else will take care of it. And so then it never gets taken care of.
No, I think part of that agency as well is you as an individual being able to decide of what you want to trust, right? Rather than a company telling you you should be trusting this, right? It's, hey, I want to see for myself, based upon the evidence provided, which one I want to trust. Do I want to trust GPT or do I want to trust Gemini? I might not even want to trust both of them, right? But the point is, you're talking about autonomy. I completely agree with that. I think businesses should be doing the exact same thing too. I think also governments should be doing that as well, right? But the point is the bottom line is, the autonomy is, how do I decide to do that? And that's where it comes back to the evidence being able to do that.
Yeah, there's the evidence, and there's also just the remembrance of agency.
I completely agree.
That is the part. I think sometimes, we get overwhelmed, we being humans, I'm including myself in that, and thinking that, like...
Are you sure, Joy? Are you sure you're not hybrid right now?
I might be a little bit of both, right? But like...
Go, Joy!
Exactly. I really think that, like, sometimes we just forget that we do have, like, the agency to make these changes, and we get overwhelmed by all that's happening. And really, it's so important. Like, that is, I love, like, Montaigne's, like, slay. My word is agency, and just remembering that, because even in the verify piece and the curiosity that folks have spoken about, if you don't really believe, and even in that yearning for success, all of that comes from, like, that personal well of agency, knowing that I can actually do something different and I can make a difference. So in this case, the ethical blind spots, they persist in the sense of, like, folks sometimes abdicate their agency.
Completely agree, Joy. Thank you so much for sharing that point of view and insight, because we don't hear that very often at GatherVerse. So I'm glad that you said that, and I 110% agree with that really wholeheartedly. So thank you so much for sharing that. Stephanie, we're going to jump over to you now. And obviously Lynn and Erin will be over to you very shortly. Don't worry, don't go anywhere. I don't want you to just run off or something, Anyway, my question to you, Stephanie, is how does inclusivity intersect with dignity in frontier platforms? And Stephanie, this is a very interesting question.
Oh, I live this every day. So when I think about dignity, I just will define what I think about. When I think about dignity, I think about how are we treating every single user, every single stakeholder? Do we hold certain people in higher esteem than others? What are we asking people to give us in order to use these AI solutions? How are we configuring these AI solutions to amplify and make people feel better about themselves rather than break them down? And so when you think about that and you're building a solution, that should be the first question that you ask It should be the last question that you ask to ensure that what you built, what you're proposing to build, is actually going to build up human beings. So when I look around and I listen to what people are using AI to do, I listen to how people are deploying AI, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because I know what the energy is to build anything with AI. And for somebody to intentionally decide to build an AI solution that erodes people's dignity, women's dignity, is a window into who we are as a world. And even more so, I would say damning is the fact that we sit idly by and we do not have the uprising and the backlash that I think should be coming with when somebody intentionally designs a product using AI to strip away dignity. And so when I think about like how you should be building out a product, everybody should be at the table. And we consistently think that just because you don't have an internet connection, you can't possibly have an input. Just because you don't have a college degree doesn't mean that you cannot have an input. And so if we are going to be intentional about using AI for good, people that we dismiss are the first set of people that should be in the meetings. They should be the first set of people giving their opinions. And then we should, as the experts and the technologists, be figuring out how we can bring their dreams to life. Because when we work from that perspective, what we do is we build solutions that amplify people, uplift their dignity, and ensure that the AI won't go off the rails, won't be used for nefarious reasons. And so when I think about this question, as I sit here and I think about all the other things that I can do, I say, why am I sitting here? I'm sitting here because I'm appreciative that GatherVerse gave me a platform. And I'm appreciative of the other people on the panel talking about it. Dignity needs to be the first piece of anything that we're doing, not just with AI, with any piece of software, any piece of technology, any piece of societal re-engineering. Dignity should be the first thing that we think about. And most of the times it's absent from the conversation. So if I can spend a few minutes talking and advocating so that the people listening can understand the importance of dignity. Dignity is not just about giving people a voice. It's making them seen. It's making them understand that they're counted. It's about giving people purpose. And you know, one of the scariest things that I hear about when I think about AI is people talking about, oh, we can have these agents that can do everything and humans don't do anything. But I would encourage those people to stop and think and go talk to some retired people and ask them, now that they're retired, how do they feel? Are they feeling fulfilled? Are they feeling a little bit purposeless? And as they're feeling purposeless, how is that helping with their self-esteem? How are they helping them with how they're going through the world? So humans need a purpose. Humans need to be feel wanted. Humans need to be feel seen. Dignity must be part of everything, because if you focus and start with dignity, all these things naturally come together. So thank you for my time.
Can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Yeah, for some reason my video has...
We've lost our moderator.
He's gone.
Yeah. So what was the next question?
The next question is, how can user experience reflect respect for autonomy, consent, and agency?
Maybe just have the next ones to answer it.
So Aaron or
I
Lynn?
think that
Yeah,
would be
Aaron or
nice.
Lynn.
Yeah. Go, yes. I really liked what you said, Stephanie, about human dignity. I just want to say that first. And Manton and Zakia, I mean, everyone basically touched on this. But one thing that I want to say is that leadership, those who are designing the emerging technologies and the innovation that it's going forth, they really need to make sure that it's human centered, not only from the beginning, but all the way through, so that there's checkpoints at every part, that when something goes wrong, that it's just not a technical situation that happens, but it's human centered. It's actually looked upon and evaluated, and your boxes are checked by actual humans. Putting that human dignity back into the forefront, I think, is what is really needed, because although AI is great, human dignity is missing. So in reference to the question, I think that by stress testing the systems, human scenarios, inviting diverse perspectives, it will help more, because it'll help to scale without harm. I think, and when you come up with unintended consequences by those who design these technologies, if humans are there at the forefront, and we're not just saying, oh, we got a system in place for this, we got a system in place for that. Yes, it's fine to have that system, but make sure that the person who are actually experiencing this technology has a say in that. I think that when people look at the systems and innovation, they don't see it as innovative. They see it as either fair or unfair, clear or confusion, empowering or dismissive. So that is where we need to bring human dignity back into the forefront.
And when we talk about human dignity, and thank you very much, Lynn, for sharing that, we talk about that, Aaron, when we look at human dignity at this perspective in this vertical, how much more significant is that now under the vestiges of where we find ourselves when it comes to artificial intelligence and the hyperscale era that's arrived? I mean, we say these words dignity, but how is that manifested, and why is that so significant in this time that we find ourselves in today, Aaron?
I love this because it really intersects where my work with the nervous system is blending with, and I'm loving the conversation from both sides where there's so much on the tech side, because I think we don't realize from the nervous system lens the way that these systems move. So we're talking about the amount of information, we're talking about the speed of information that is delivered so quickly. And I think we're all touching, or you've all touched on such important aspects when we're looking at autonomy and when we're looking at that self-authority or even curiosity. If a nervous system is in distress, it doesn't access that information. So I think like bringing this into the technology realm is to have this understanding that not all of the systems are operating with access to that, right? So this is also where like I weave in that inclusivity is having access to our own nervous system, having awareness of that system. So I might lose, if my system is in distress, self-trust. When we're talking about these systems where people are so quick to go to those answers and seek answers outside of themselves, they might not realize that can come from within, so we don't want to outsource all of that information. I think that's really important for developers to think about, that they're not working with maybe fully connected systems. And when that system is back online, then we can access all of this other stuff. So how do we start to weave these things to be inclusive of nervous systems in distress that can't access that higher thinking, higher everything? So I'm loving this. And in the realm of our work, my work, we're that the AI can deliver so much information, it also can't deliver integration. And that's something where I think that self-awareness really has to come in. And so when we're talking about dignity, self-awareness is a huge part of that. How do I move in control and autonomy? I have to have awareness of my own system first. So I love to bring the nervous system into these conversations. I think it's really important. We're not dealing with full online systems here first.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, Erin, and I do apologize about disconnecting as well. My computer decided to freeze on me. I don't know what was going on. It decided to just well, technology these days, right? Even in the age of AI, you'd have thought by now I'd be all right, but hey, it doesn't seem to be the case. But no, honestly, Erin, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts there. And there was a lot said. I managed to catch like the last half of it. Yeah, we'll definitely continue on. And also, Lynn, did you also speak previously as well? By the way, just want to make sure that obviously everyone's spoken, of course.
I did. Thank you for asking.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's go on to resume program. So on to the next question now. How can user experience reflect respect for autonomy, consent, and agency, which Joy was just saying earlier, of course. So Dr. Zakia and also Malaysia, I will both bring you onto this discussion of how can user experience reflect respect for autonomy, consent, and agency.
This is a really important question, and this is something that should be addressed from the basis of anything being created, especially new apps or anything that's being rolled out to the public, where users are in control all the time, from the beginning to the end. So they know that there are easy options for them to opt out if they don't want to include this into something. For example, Gmail for me now is integrated with AI, with Gemini, and now it's pushing this new platform of, well, why don't you start your own Gemini account? And I'm not really a fan of it. I don't want it to be in my emails. I don't want it to be suggesting lines of letters or emails to me or reading my behavior as far as how I've addressed this particular person in the past. So all of this makes me more cognizant of the changes, but also not trusting the changes as well, because it's being embedded in ways that we don't necessarily see. We're not told until we find out days later, weeks later. And the other thing is they put in ways, the same way that they've embedded addiction modes into social media, where you're on these apps for hours at a time without realizing that you have been on it for that long, and it's specifically designed and made to be that way for their profits, while not taking into account how it affects us on a molecular level, on a biological level, as Erin was saying, on a nervous system level, but also on a neuroscience level of like, how is it literally affecting the neuroplasticity of your brain when you're on these things for extended periods of time without knowing how it's affecting you, and you're not really being told. And so we'll come across certain videos that look real. Now AI has gotten so good that you can't really detect what is real and what is fake. I think when you lean into your human intuition, you still can get a vibe for the ones that are fake, even if it's not like obviously fake. But at the same time, we're being duped so many times, so often throughout the day, you start to question yourself, right?
Yeah.
And so these things should be built in from the get-go, from the ground up.
No, I completely agree. And when you talk about addiction and making people want to continuously use it, I mean, we'll use a very simple example, which everyone would know here, is when ChatGPT 4.0 went to ChatGPT 5. I mean, I've never seen anything like it where people went up in arms when they transitioned from 4 to 5. They're like, oh my God, it's changed, its personality, all this kind of sort of stuff. And so to your point, Dr. Zakia, you are correct. They are designed to be very addictive, and also not knowing what's real or not. That's a whole another thing just to add to everything else of what's going on with AI. So I honestly agree with you so much, and I think definitely the users need to be put first. And it's like how do we do that? How the fact that you don't trust in kind of what people are putting in with things, that says a lot to me. Just from I don't even know who you are, Dr. Zakia, personally, and this is the first time I'm speaking to you, and the fact that you noticed that, imagine how many other people here are thinking the exact same thing.
I imagine a lot of us are thinking that way, but not really voicing it. At the same time, I think if you're not in tune with your own intuition, which we've been ingrained as a society, conditioned rather as a society to not lean into your intuition anymore, a lot of us will be duped by this very easily. Very easily.
100% agree. That's why what we do at Just Verify is so important. I'm not trying to, sell my company or anything. I'm just saying genuinely, we need to verify things to know what to trust. Like in a nutshell, that's the point blank period. So anyway, Dr. Zakia, thank you so much for sharing. We're running out of time. So what I want to do, I want to get everyone to be able to speak and stuff like that. So what I want to do is go around roughly 30 seconds to a minute on each of you in terms of, what is your hope for the future within AI? As in, what is something you would like to see move forward within that roughly, let's say, a minute you have? What is something that you'd like to see going forward? It could be dignity, like how Stephanie said, which I completely applaud you on, by the way, Stephanie. Or could it also be what Joy was saying, like, which is autonomy, right? I would love to kind of just get different perspective just for the last 10 minutes of kind of get everyone to be able to share your thoughts on what's something that you would like to see in the age of AI in a nutshell, and why that is. So what we'll do is we'll come around to you last, Dr. Zakia, because you just spoken. So we'll start with Malaysia, then we go to Mantin, Joy, Stephanie, Lynn, Erin, and then we'll go to you, Dr. Zakia. So Malaysia, over to you.
Thank you, Russell. And trust but verify, that was something we used to say in the military. So I was like, oh, did you serve with me?
It's the other way around now. It's verify, then trust. But no, I do agree. I do agree. Yeah, go.
Absolutely. And my word, along with Martin and Joy and everyone in their work, is alignment. Because that's what Dr. Zakia was really getting towards when she was talking about intuition. And so really technology needs to align with the humanistic factor of the development of our human perspective and bettering, the human force. And so I think that's going to be very important when we're moving forward, getting these humanistic people who do what we do and work with the people that we work with to come in and bring that modality in, because I feel like we're working with the engineers. I feel like we're working with the statisticians. We're working with researchers, but also are we looking at the forefront of the human dignity and alignment with the human perspective, along with all the other things, because we can't ignore everything else that's going on and put technology as a separate framework, right? The ozone layers, like everything, we have to consider everything so that we're in alignment to be successful in the future. And again, just thank you for this opportunity.
So powerful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Malaysia. Mantin, same question for yourself. What is something that you would like to see, in the future of AI, and obviously, why?
Yeah, when talking about future of AI, I want to talk about how we use AI and how we decide, no matter it's apps or features, functions of AIs. I want AI can really help us to not just level up our life. It's actually we can use it to level up the entire society. And what that means is I also hope that AI can help us to get people together, get people to assemble our own team so that we can get trust back. And that's very important. And right now, trust is really is disappearing. Whatever we are
100%.
seeing online right now, whatever is new posts, pictures, image, and even videos, most of them, they're fake. So this really make me concerning. What's the futures look like after this century? So at the end of the day, like I said, yearn for victory is the most important thing, because whatever we are doing for AI, what kind of apps we are working on, ultimately is to serve human. It's to serve our
100%.
spirit. It's to serve us so that our human dignities can be conserved. So that's my yearning. I hope. I know a lot of people, they still fear using AI. Some people, they're against AI. But what I want to say is we have to embrace AI as a tool to level up the entire society, to level up the productivity, so that we as human, we can do something even bigger. We can look farther away. So that's my yearning. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mantin, for joining us, and completely agree as well. So far we've had alignment. So far, I would say we've had a mixture of trust and human values there in that with yourself, Mantin. So Joy, over to you now. What is it that you want to see in the future of AI, and also why? And by the way, also Mantin, just to kind of go back to yourself, I like to say we're in a trust deficit right now. That's what what you're saying there is. I just kind of summarize as trust deficit because that's what we're going into. But Joy, sorry to just switch over there. Back over to yourself. What is it that you want to see and why?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I want to thank everybody here. I'm leaving with a lot of insights from each and every one of my fellow panelists, and you as well, Russell. Thank you much. I appreciate it. Right. So that part has been awesome. One of the things really, I was on a panel many moons ago, probably 10 plus years ago, and I said the future of technology is humanity. And people thought that a little strange based on the fact that I'm an engineer, but it really is. And really hearing everybody speak, from talking about the nervous system, talking about how the apps affect us, and talking about alignment and self-trust and handing that over, right? Because as we talk about that, all trust begins with self. But if we are, as Aaron mentioned, outsourcing everything, right, then it's really hard for us to build up that evidence in ourselves and that trust within ourselves, to keep moving forward, to move forward in this piece. And so back to me, because I love the word agency. So my thing is always building up yourself first and foremost, building up yourself as a human, as an individual. It is of the utmost importance. And then we go out to the name of my company, Mosaic Presence, because I'm a full believer that the whole mosaic needs to be present, right? And so, and have a presence there. Then we build community. So we start first and foremost by building up ourselves. And then we move into the building up the community, kind of adding to Mantin and everybody who is shared here. Because really AI is a tool and it can really do great things for us. And we need to be mindful of the things that it can do to also harm us. Right?
Thank you for sharing, Joy. And I completely agree. Stephanie, you said some amazing things last time round when we spoke to you, but what is something that you want to see, Stephanie, and and why as well? Because obviously we run out of time, but I want to get your perspective.
So in 1 minute or less, we're at a crossroads. We can decide to use AI for nefarious reasons and strip dignity and destroy humanity, or we can decide to use AI for good, be responsible, ethical, and have AI amplify the awesomeness in human. And the way we decide that is with our pocketbooks. We can decide to continue supporting organizations that are clearly and have spoken out about the things that they're going to do to destroy and strip human dignity from certain sectors of the society, or we can say we will go with the organizations that are trying their best to ensure that their solutions uplift and amplify humans. We can do that right now. In 5 years' time, we will have lost that ability.
Stephanie, thank you so much for getting straight to the point there, and completely agree with you. And also well said as well. Lynn, over to yourself. What is something that you would like to see in the future of this lovely age of AI, and why also? If you want to unmute your mic, Lynn, then we can hear you.
There we
There we
go. There we
go.
go. I kept
Woo-hoo.
trying not to hit it, and then didn't hit it. I was going to say, when we're talking about emergent technologies and innovation, we are mostly talking about what's possible. I work in the lines of what's experienced. My statement is elevate every interaction. When we elevate every interaction, it's not just for us, which is absolutely great. And I love that Joy said that you take care of yourself, then you're more capable to be able to go out and to help others. So that's really great. But when we elevate every interaction, we bring everyone else along with us. And I think that the big difference is with leadership. When they design what their intention is and what they're governed, and making sure that there's accountability at all ends in all sectors. The thing is that the future isn't just high tech, it's high trust, in which everybody has talked about. So we want to make sure, again, that human dignity, human influence is at the forefront and rides all the way through the end. So let's
completely, I completely agree, Lynn. And yeah, thank you so much for sharing as well. And Erin, what is something that you would like to see, and why also from your point of view?
Yeah, I'm loving what everybody has to share. This has been such a powerful conversation. I mean, I can't beat more than, the intuition aspect just from my lens. But to just switch it up a little bit, I would think asking the question, is it strengthening relationship to self? And is it strengthening the relationship to others? So really based in connection, that we're not losing that for ourselves and each other. And I think that could be a great way or metric going forward.
No, 100% agree with that. Yeah, human connection is so important. It's so underrated, and so is dignity as well. So human values are so fundamental and need to be centralized. All this. So completely agree, Erin, and thank you so much for sharing. And Dr. Sakia, last but not least, what is something that you would like to see and why? And then we're going to have to finish up after this.
Okay, just 20 seconds. Thank you so much for having me. This is my first GatherVerse, and it's been exceptional and amazing. Such inspiring people. I would like to see those who roll out anything in AI or tech in the future to have their eyes on a holistic, human-centered rollout, and so putting people over profits.
Dr. Sakia, thank you so much for joining us and for your first time with us as well. Thank you to each and every one panelists as well. And by the way, I would say my thing would be trust, but we can't go into the reason why, of course, because we haven't got time. But I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you very much to each and every single panelist here. Make sure you go and follow them on LinkedIn. Check them out. Follow their journeys. Connect and interact with each other. And on that note, our Gather was well, and I'm going to hand it over to the GatherVerse team, where our next roundtable discussion is going to be with Angela, where we're going to be talking about trust by design, meeting human needs in the age of AI and tokenized economics. That's it from us. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Greetings, good afternoon, and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2026. I am Angela, one of the co-founders of Disruptor DAO, and I am so honored to be here with you all today for this conversation on trust by design. So at Disruptor DAO, we exist to support people and communities build trust through the mindset, build their mindset, knowledge, and access they need to participate in the new digital economy. Because we're not just entering a future that's shaped by AI, Web3, digital assets, and new models of ownership. This isn't just a technology shift. It's an economic shift. It's a system shift. It's most importantly a human shift. But the question is not, what these technologies can do. The real question here is, will people trust the systems that we're building? Will they understand them? Will they feel comfortable and confident in participating? And will these systems expand opportunities, or will they create new barriers? And so that's what this conversation is about. And we're so grateful and excited to be with our team here at GatherVerse. So we've brought together leaders working across the key layers of this emerging new economy. We have Dr. Eve, another co-founder of Disruptor DAO, who's working at the intersections of mental health, cyber awareness, and the human impact of rapid technological change. We have Paula Bowens, a business owner helping organizations to integrate AI and emerging technologies into real business transformation. She's also a part of the Disruptor DAO team. And we have some of our friends joining us here today. Lynn from GatherVerse, focused on communication, engagement, and how we bring people along through the change. We have Kara, who's working at the forefront of Web3 ecosystem growth and partnership. See her. And Matthew. Matthew is advancing real-world asset tokenization and the infrastructure behind future-ready cities as the CEO of Building Inc. And George, who's bringing critical perspective from the Virginia Blockchain Council on policy, regulatory measures, and such. So today, our panel represents technology, infrastructure, policy, business, communication, and human well-being, which is like the full ecosystem required to build trust. And so we think, right? So we're going to talk about this today. So let's dive right in. Let's start with Dr. Eve. So as AI and Web3 and digital systems rapidly evolve, what human need do you believe is most at risk or most underserved, and why?
So interestingly enough, we've been speaking about this during our Wellness Wednesday series. For me, the word that pops up is agency, right? The feeling that my voice matters, my choices count, that I'm not powerless inside systems that are shaping my life and the life of all those around me, right? So why this matters now? You have AI models making decisions at a great scale. You have tokenized economies. They're determining access for us. You have algorithms that are influencing belief formations. But the truth is, when systems act on people instead of with people, mistrust arises, right? I keep hearing that. I was hearing that in most of the conversations earlier today. And that in itself affects our nervous, right? Our nervous systems. So think about it this way. I was just speaking to someone about this last night. So you apply for a loan, and what happens? An algorithm denies you, no explanation. Your social media feed shifts your beliefs in a certain direction. And what happens? No transparency. Right? Your digital wallet freezes, and you don't fully understand why. And there's no one who can answer a question, not over the phone, right? And if it's an AI answering the phone, good luck. So again, when systems act on people instead of people, instead of with people, it just creates that mistrust. And so when I think about, there was an author who wrote, Thinking Fast and Slow. I'm not sure if anyone has read that book, right? But it reminds us that when we don't understand systems, it creates fear, right? And then we engage in fear-based thinking. There was another author who wrote another good book, The Body That Keeps Scores. I'm not sure if anyone here read that one. I see some nods. So, it shows that powerlessness. What does it do? It activates the brain's threat response. And when that happens, it registers neurologically as a threat. And I sometimes think, wow, when all of this is happening in the system, and we engage in the fight, flight, fight, it's our communities, many members of our community then are judged, right? They say, why aren't they taking action? But there's so much going on internally, right? Even the World Economic Forum highlighted how trust metrics are declining in global surveys. So if trust is declining, right, and we're being impacted, our nervous system is being impacted, what's the real world implication here? And so, I always think that when communities, especially historically marginalized ones, feel digitalized versus empowered, that leads to mistrust and disengagement rather than engagement. So how do we, the one thing that we were just in closing, the one thing that we talk a lot about in our Disrupted DAO community is not just agency, but what's the framework for agency? What can we do about this? What kind of questions do we want to ask? So if we had if we could define agency through the lenses of access and governance, education, neural safety, consent, yield, what would that look like? What would that acronym look like? And so for me, it would be access, who gets in and how, like who meaningfully participates? Like these are the questions that I would be asking myself, right? If I'm forming a business now, or we are consulting with folks that are trying to create, our first questions then would be followed by, how do you show your community what does real decision making look like? Who actually influences decisions, right? Do people understand the system? Do they understand, what you represent? Not just your mission, not just your vision, just how you operate, right? Does it reduce anxiety or threat, or does it increase it? Is participation informed? Is it voluntary and yield? Who benefits economically? So these are, when I think of agency, I think of it through those lenses, because the reality is, in closing, technology that scales without agency becomes extraction. But technology that scales with agency, it becomes empowerment. And we have to keep that in mind, because obviously agency and emotions are interconnected. So there's no business, centralized or decentralized, at this stage of the game that should not be considering agency and building agency.
Thank you for that, Dr. Eve. And agency is something that, we don't pay enough attention to. It's not in our day-to-day awareness and in communication, and how we're building out our working processes, right? So even now, like you mentioned, with building out decentralized organizations, or building out your AI agent, right? Or did infrastructures into how we're working together as people. It's still very, very important to have that human-centered, human people energy first and foremost. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. And I welcome folks who want to hear a little deeper, because in the last 3 weeks, during our Wellness Wednesday series, which happens every Wednesday at 7:30 live on YouTube, we actually engaged in this very topic. And some of us shared personal stories of what agency looked like for us and why it was stumbled. For some of us, it was intergenerational trauma. Maybe it was workplace trauma, but systemic trauma. But along the way, we found ourselves being silenced and still operating, even though we were very successful. And we talked about how we had to examine that, scan that, and then regulate our own nervous system and engage in behaviors that was going to work in our advantage. So if you want to listen more about that, or, feel free to hit our YouTube channel.
Thank you, Dr. E. Lynn, do you want to jump in here a bit, and what's your vantage point on how these systems are evolving, and what do you believe is most at risk?
I really agree with Dr. Eve, and she brought it out very beautifully in depth. And I don't have much to say about it, but I just have to emphasize on trust, right? A lot of conversation has been done about trust from the previous panelists, from other summits that we've done, but it's still a concern, right? if I don't trust you, I remember someone just echoed something, and they said, if I don't trust you, I am not in a position to buy your products. I am not in a position to engage in your community. I am not in a position to even engage in what we are doing. So my emphasis would be to every innovator, can you just build a trust with our users? I wouldn't want to call them users, but the people who we have in mind when we are building. And even when we are building, do we have them in mind, or do we have our products in mind? So my emphasis would be empathy goes along with the trust. If we can bring those two twins together, I think that is what makes a very successful innovation. Over to you, Angel.
I like that, having them in mind and not having our product in mind. I like that a lot. And that brings us to our next question, which is about trust. Trust is becoming the foundation of the digital economy. So, George, would want to hear from you in your field. What does trust by design look like in practice? George, and then Matthew, I would love to hear what you guys have to say about this. Oh, George, I think George may be looking to come online. Matthew, if you want to take it away, and then George come back.
I think he has to. Is he unmuted? He may have to unmute himself.
I saw George maybe was having some technical. Yeah, I think his internet may be going out. So when he comes back, we'll definitely hear from George. Matthew, want to hear your take on this piece.
I'll jump in this. I work in the built environment, which is highly fragmented across stakeholders and time. And so mistrust is practically built into the system, which is a huge issue because the built environment and infrastructure is everything around us. So I've been very dedicated to trying to resolve that issue and start to engineer trust. How do we actually design it? How do we embed it into every step of a process, especially in something that is so impactful on the world, on nature, on humans, and our spirits around us, and how we feel about everything. So the approach that we've taken, and this is where blockchain is really opportunistic because it does a really good job of protecting privacy and autonomy while also giving us public presentation and verification at an unprecedented level. The immutability, the different hashes and digital fingerprints that come with that. So we've been inspecting how can we include auditability. So as people make decisions or as they produce items, how do we trace the provenance, where it came from, what changes were made, where it is now? How do we actually inspect that? If we are using AI agents and it produces a decision, and maybe we don't agree with that decision, how do we understand the data that it drew from in order to produce some sort of answer, especially if it's impacting us? Then there's the transparency elements as we look at the creator economy or new tokenized ownership models or investment models where things are moving around a lot. Being able to inspect what's happening behind the scenes because it's on a ledger that we are all sharing, I think that's a really big opportunity. And that's not how markets operate. That's not how the built environment operates, or most industries for that matter. You don't get to see what's going on behind the scenes. You just receive something on the other end. And so being able to look inside and understand, here's why I'm getting some sort of outputs or some sort of answer or some sort of return on an investment. Here's what impacted that. And I think that from an investment perspective, if we talk about money and capital markets a little bit, it helps us to understand risks about other people, risks about investments or assets or tokens, instead of trying to assume that. And this goes back to the trust elements. We have to assume that there's something that we will mistrust in other people or different systems. And maybe that comes with hesitation or opportunity costs or lower investment return. So if we can start to understand risks and make informed decisions, I think that's a much better outcome for everyone involved, for people who are creators and producing things because they want to be transparent and honest, and then also for buyers, users, consumers who want to be comfortable with whatever they are putting their hard-earned dollar towards. So yeah, trust by design as opposed to almost mistrust inherent in the system. And it's unfortunate that that's the way it is. It's not by accident, I don't think. A lot of that is because there's arbitrage opportunities. People take advantage of asymmetry. If I know something that you don't and I can capitalize on it, people will. So leveling that playing field again and giving equal opportunity to people, I think, is really important. And for once, we can build a system that actually enforces that programmatically and transparently with very few opportunities to escape that. You can't really navigate out of that in blockchain-based systems.
Yeah, for sure. And again, that's what is so inspiring about this space of Web3 and the blockchain specifically, and the premise of Web3, it being an opportunity for us to have ownership, right? And with ownership comes, exactly what you were saying, Matt, in terms of we own it, we're able to participate in the governance structure and setting up these systems, which of course then, mitigates a bit of risk because we're part of the conversation, right? So, and from that vantage point, Kara, would love for you and Paula to jump in here. As we are, these emerging technologies are changing, who gets to participate in ownership, opportunity, and decision making? How does trust factor into all of this? And I know with having this space of decentralization in Web3, owning data ownership is a thing. So, we'd love to get y'all's vantage point on this, Kara and then Paula.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kara. Thanks so much for having me and the Disruptor DAO ladies. This is just, a topic that's very important to me and something that I hope that we're bringing within our organization into real world application. And I like these conversations that seem to come in connection with Disruptor DAO too, that have this human element. So thanks for bringing this important topic up. So maybe I can add some perspective or insight in terms of some activities that we're doing within our organization, not necessarily wanting to showcase that, but, just bringing a little bit into the real world, because I'm deep in the weeds in Web3, inclusion, global access, education. This is all very top of mind for us. And I appreciated the other speakers' comments from ranging from trust and transparency through the technology, as well as then the philosophies of it. So for us, we, you can see my see her background here. So I've been doing work in inclusion and specifically with women in emerging tech for about 15. Been interesting, lots of learning. See, there's layers of inclusion and access. Go deeper and deeper, and especially with the nuances in Web3, that I've found that there's nuancing are hopefully going to be helpful. So what we're doing with leading other women in Web3 communities. So this has been a big effort over the last year or so, is after I assessed the landscape, I saw there was over about 100 active women in Web3 communities, including Disruptor DAO. And it was like, wow, okay, this is amazing. The last thing we want to do is sort of kind of, operate super independently, I felt. So I thought, well, I wonder if we could come together and unite as in the form of a DAO. So we've been onboarding women's communities over the last year, and I think there's close to 45, including Disruptor DAO with us. And the purpose of this is to continue to operate independently, right? We all have our unique focuses, global regions that many are connected to. We actually have every continent represented now, which is really cool. And so in terms of the topic around trust and access, which I think seems to be agency and access, that seems to be a key theme here. I think that we're starting to see where partners that we align with or other organizations are aligning with, namely blockchains and protocols, are wanting to bring their product and service into these regions, right? And into different areas. Some are looking for global access, but many are wanting to target regions like sub-regions within Africa and Latin America and Asia. And we're able to help facilitate these partnerships coming in to give them more agency. And the unique things that they're bringing to the table that we all know are things like cultural nuances, right? Every region has its own way of shaping and use cases for wanting to introduce these technologies. And I think that we're seeing these next levels of integration globally happening across protocols, whereas initially it was kind of like, okay, let's introduce, this blockchain to the world virtually through some activations. Now we're narrowing down into these unique regions, and I think it's going to be really exciting to see these niched activations happening, which are already starting, where they want to partner with local universities, create custom content around that. And I think that absolutely builds trust, with the adopters in those regions. And the blockchains often don't have representation there necessarily. So my organization, we're in the middle of this, we're actually right now with One Blockchain, of helping facilitate the connection into that region, and also supporting I find this is a part of it, is supporting regions and having more access that they maybe haven't had necessarily yet in some ways, and making sure that those relationships are operated fairly and transparently. I am seeing some different experiences. I was a little surprised to see. I have to remain professional here, and it is top of mind, but this is my human self speaking, that I think there's more work that needs to be done. When we bring certain protocols, very large ones, into certain regions, there needs to be a strong focus on inclusion, and that includes financial, right? And noting that these regions have a lot of power and access. If they've been developing these relationships with local governments, with the local universities, they should be paid appropriately. So that's one thing I'm in the process of advocating for and learning myself. We're all learning here together, but I think that's kind of my point there on trust and access.
I'm so happy you brought up that piece about access. I know Paula's going to jump in about that piece. Thank you for that.
Well, I'll just add to it is I think everybody has access. I think everybody's going to, with technology today, it's open to everybody, and there's so many opportunities for everybody to participate, if you're about money, but it also gives people who may not have the money to go to college. This is an opportunity to learn a trade and actually to build in terms of their home, what they want to do in life. So technology today, as it evolves, as it's going on and on and on, is going to give people the chance to expand into a global region. It's the opportunity to increase in terms of their household income, increase if they're business owner, increase in terms of their revenue stream on a local, national, and global scale. And when you start bringing in other options in terms of what we're working with now in terms of cryptocurrency, that's going to give another layer to the opportunities that are out there for people to increase their wealth and build their wealth. So this technology is just, it's open to anybody who, as they say, has the hustle. And I've been reading a little bit about people, it's not about the smartest person in the world, it's the person who takes the opportunity, right? As long as you understand it, you hop on it right away, you don't wait. So if you are like that, and you don't have to be the smartest person in the room, you just have to be the one in the right place. And with that in mind, the world is your oyster.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. So as we're thinking about, the opportunities that exist, the access that we can push forward with, and how this new technological landscape provides us with opportunities that have not existed for this generation, right? Like Kara, you just mentioned that our collective has representation from all continents, right? And we're able to come together and bridge gaps. So, as we are positioned, all of us are positioned to activate and move powerfully in this space. What is a risk or an unintended consequence of this rapid technological innovation world that leaders should be paying attention to more now? And I definitely want to point to George and bring you into the space, George. And then we'd like to hear from you again, Lynn, as well on this piece.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you with us.
Thank you. My apologies about the technical difficulty before, but glad to be a part of this conversation. Been some very good points that have been hit on. And in reference to, some of the unintended consequences coming from a policy perspective with the Virginia Blockchain Council, where we do a lot on the policy side and advocating, and even on the community aspect with bringing people and community and educating them and just getting them in the conversation. But also being a builder in the space as well. Getting to see it from both sides. I think one of the things we don't want to forget with all of the technology, the advancements, which are amazing, as leaders is, moving this innovation forward without really bringing the people with us. And a lot of that comes down to education, as it has been mentioned. So I think it's important to make sure that with the technological changes, with the advancements, we don't create a larger gap, because I think it's a gap now where people are hearing a lot about this technology, AI. Again, we do a lot with blockchain and surrounding technologies and advocating for that, but that they're included in that and that we don't leave people behind, right? And we're not advancing so fast without educating, because again, you create bigger challenges, I think, when that happens. And we're seeing some of that now where I think people, they're hearing it, but instead of embracing it, because we will eventually have this technology more immersed into our lives. I got into the internet, early back in '99, and, people were saying they weren't going to put their credit cards online. And, obviously that changed greatly. And this will be the same, but I think the better we can do looking back in the past and maybe some mistakes we made, getting ahead of it now, like we're doing, having these conversations and just educating people and bringing them on so that we don't create a wider gap, and creating good policies as well around that.
Yeah, thank you, George. And you touched on a piece, education, right? And that's what we're all about, and platforms and communities like GatherVerse and our collective and respective organizations. Education is so super important. We're all learning, and to build this in community with education at the forefront, I think it's been a game changer. I know for us, and also too, like you were saying, Kara, in that the industry could do more around educating more holistically. Definitely feel that for sure. Lynn, please jump in.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for this question, because I absolutely love it. And I really want to agree with George, because what he mentioned really aligns with what we do here at GatherVerse. And some of the standards of GatherVerse is education, safety, privacy, wellness, accessibility, and equality. So when we look at this kind of standards, this is where the human involvement comes into place. And I remember Paula talking about accessibility, and she said this is an area for that person who is willing to run with it. But to add to that, I also am aware there are people in this world, even the most basic needs like food and water, or the people who are right now sleeping somewhere they don't know. They have been displaced by war, a war that technology has really scaled. There are people who are really affected by climate issues. So when we look at other natural catastrophes or human formed catastrophes, and what is the role of technology when it comes to this? So my biggest risk is we have another side of the world that is much advanced, and we have another side of the world is either facing the consequences of technology, or is still in somewhere just in their own world where they're crying out, who is watching us? what can be done better? Can you please use this internet to help us? Can you please use this internet to create awareness of what is happening? So the biggest risk for me is just that gap, the human gap, the human gap. But the biggest opportunity I see here is where people can can tell their stories and where they can be seen. Like what we are doing right now, people can be seen, people have expressions, people have ideas to share, and this is where they get to be seen. But overall, my biggest risk, the human gap. We're here to close it. Over to you.
Thank you for this. And I actually also too want to hear quickly from Matt on this piece, in your vantage point from being in the tokenization space. That's a huge word right now, and so as things are evolving rapidly in the tokenization space, what are some things that might be missing, or what are some risks there as well, considering all of these pieces?
Yes, there is a major unintended consequence of access, which is that not all that is being accessed is good. And we have seen this in a high-profile lawsuit based in Detroit, where an investment scheme that was put together under the guise of better transparency using tokenization actually turned out to be structurally unsound, very unethical, non-compliant in many capacities. But they used the regulatory exemptions, they used tokenization to bring in a lot of retail investors and folks from all over the world in order to invest in these opportunities and claim that they were building up the neighborhoods of Detroit. And actually, they were laundering the funds. So as we look at global access, we do also have to ensure that these systems are designed with trust, not just using trust as a label or as a marketing piece, but genuinely designed in trust. And there's a lot of difficult conversations that have to happen first, such as the frameworks, the standards, the enforcement, governance, regulatory considerations, in order to build this properly. And that's why Web3 is crawling along, because I especially in terms of institutional adoption, there is some consideration there. They don't want things to go completely off the rails. And so in order for this to scale and actually be widely adopted and not consistently conflated with like crypto scams, we have to talk about what's right, what's wrong, how do we design this, what are the typical human errors, and how do we actually remedy that, not just cover it up in the meantime. What systems exist in the real world that we're building on top of that aren't even sound in the first place, right? There's a lot of layers to this, and that's the organic human elements. It's a complex world, and we're trying to figure out how to plug everything together. And then you also have bad actors that are making that not so easy to do. So I think that's just one consideration. As investment opportunities in the world open up, can we be conscientious about the unintended consequences of that and have some sort of guardrails and protect people? And there's we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Tokenizing investment structures to bypass investor protections, I don't know if that's a good idea. Those investor protections did emerge for a reason. They might be a little bit outdated and we can adjust those, but not everything that holds back retail from, let's say, private markets is simply socioeconomic gap. Some of it is because there's a history of risk and bad actors in different investments. So we have to be careful about how we approach it. A lot of systems might have corruption embedded in them, but not all. Some of them do have some solid elements or solid attributes to them.
Yeah, and you know what? All of that definitely plays, or it taps into our mental and social well-being, right? Like that example that you gave about what happened in Detroit, I can definitely imagine and know that it left the people of Detroit, those investors, feeling angst, walls up around there's the social and mental impact that situation involved. And I know several people who have experienced just nefarious things or had a bad experience with crypto, AI, whether all the above, and they're like, oh, I don't trust it, I don't want to do this ever again, right? So Dr. Eve, as we continue to, unfold down this path of this digital world, as more life and business moves towards these digital environments, what are some of the social and mental and behavioral impacts, building off of what Matt just said, that, we should be preparing for? I think you might, you're muted, Dr. Eve. There you go.
This you've covered so much, Matthew, that was important, and to all of you, and thank you, Angela. We're in a historic shift, right? For the first time, life is not just digital, right? It's an online, public, searchable, and permanent era, right? And that changes human behavior to begin with. So we have the distrust because there are these things that folks are not prepared for. There's issues with cybersecurity. Folks want to take leaps, but then things happen, and there we go. We end up connecting with all those past financial stressors and traumas, right? And so we stay, far distance. But then we also have this other issue too, right? What we're seeing is across healthcare systems, right? We're moving to AI diagnostics. Schools are integrating adaptive learning platforms. You have financial institutions using algorithmic underwritings. There's startups deploying smart contracts. DAOs are running tokenized governance. There is so much happening, in this digital space, and we're digitizing faster than many people can psychologically adapt, right? And that speed creates pressure, anxiety, right? And so when we think about at least four psychological realities, right, to take into account, I think of like cognitive saturation, right? There's when the brain receives more input than it can process meaningfully, there's dashboard alerts, there's governance votes, there's AI prompts, there's market swings, there's social media putting things out there, right? Now they're advertising just in every form and shape, right? So this is constant calling for what we call like hypervigilance, right? And hyperarousal. In plain language, it's mental exhaustion. So it's people resist change, sometimes not even because of access, but because it's not because and not because they're incapable, but because they're overwhelmed. So I think it's so important for us, and mind you, now let's not forget that as businesses digitalize, what's happening is that there are a lot of folks that are still trying to catch up, right? This includes the most disenfranchised communities, as was mentioned by one of our panelists, how important it is to be able to help them catch up. And so how do we prepare, right? We prepare by human support alongside automation, right? Which is some of the things that you were talking about, Matthew. It's like, how do we build that trust? How do we put in the forefront literacy, Web3 literacy, economic inclusion tools? How do we inform folks in a way that is safe and in layman's terms for some even, right? Because some of these terms are just going over everyone's heads, right? This whole concept is going over a lot of folks' heads, but it doesn't mean that they're not interested. It's how do we normalize when things happen? I mean, this is a permanent era. You put something out there, something goes wrong, and it is permanent. So we're constantly working on perfection, instead of quality. We're looking at performance on steroids. So how do we have some infrastructures put in place so we could address that, right? So how can we model when transparency, or be transparent when errors occur, right? I think I'm fascinated when there are business structures that will admit to there's a fault. We did a fault, and we're going to make changes in our policy. What does that mean? That means, okay, wait a minute. So there's possibilities to make mistakes, and I'm being told, I'm informed. That's a level of trust right there, right? So if we design systems that scale intelligence but ignore human nervous systems and trust, trust will fracture. If we design systems that honor both trust, becomes the most valuable asset in this digital economy. So we have to think about how it impacts those that are running the scenes, and that are running these companies, those that are the recipients of. This is such a psychological, there's such a significant psychological component to all of this that's happening. And while we are having this conversation here, it goes silent. And it just goes silent in so many other places. And if you think about mental health, anyway, mental health, we can't even talk about mental health in some other countries. Imagine talking about the psychology of this era that we're in now. But it doesn't mean that we can't work it or address it. It's just, addressing some of the things that we just talked about here.
Yeah.
And what, and also what you were mentioning, Kara, it's like bringing people together, not working in autonomously in isolation. It's how do we still continue to do this in community and expand on what we're doing beyond this panel? How do we work on that together?
Yeah. And that brings us to kind of our closing thoughts and sentiments here. And, what do we see for the future, right? So, looking ahead for what's to come, 2026, 2027, 2030 and beyond. As, organizations are adopting Web3 AI, what are some important principles for building trust for customers? And I know, Dr. Eve, you just spoke a lot to that. And looking ahead, what gives you the most hope about emerging technologies and how, we can better serve humanity together? So, I'm going to start with Paula on this, and then George.
Well, as a marketer, I want to say that it would have to be everybody. It has to be the business community's responsibility in terms of when they're building, how they're communicating, and building the trust in the community. So it's about the narrative and how we tell stories and how we tell what is good for everyone in terms of technology, right? We build those gatekeepers, those guardrails into the technology, into the messaging, so that the communities will understand that, you can trust us in terms of what we're saying to you. But it's also in the terms of our community has to be educated enough to be able to do their own research. As they say in the whole cryptocurrency blockchain world, you do your own research to know what's right and what's wrong. So you have to, on both sides of the house, you have to really put the messaging out there and build that trust with the community, but also make sure the community will do the research and make sure that it's validated, right? So, and as a marketer, it's making sure that the messaging is correct before we put the messaging out there to everybody in terms of what the technology does, what is it for and what's the benefits and what's the why. So I'm excited about 2030. I think there's potential, there's opportunities for everybody. It's an opportunity right now to everybody has the opportunity to build their wealth. It's just, they've got to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And the part about messaging and research, right? Again, that's why I'm again so grateful for the GatherVerse community and these sorts of platforms, and us being able to share resources so that we can have a space to go for trusted advice, trusted resources, because you do got to do your research and kind of go down the rabbit hole in that piece. So thank you for that, Paula. George, what do you see 2030 and beyond, and what can we do?
Okay. Well, I think right now, if we do a really good job, and when I say we, meaning our legislators, our governments, and that's on a global scale. Obviously, I'm in America, but if we do a really good job of getting this legislation frameworks together, right? We've got a market structure bill that's on the table right now. We had the Genius Act here in the state that passed last summer for stable coins. But this market structure bill is very important, at least for the blockchain side of things and digital assets. I think AI frameworks will be coming as well. But I think it's important in order to open up the innovation fully, but also to protect constituents and consumers, but give a safe haven and a safe home for innovation and businesses to expand. And I think this goes both ways, because if we do a really good job now by 2030 with education, as I mentioned before, and bringing people up, people can access this technology, these resources. We can start to bank the unbanked. We can have small businesses accessing the technology that a lot of multinational and large companies are accessing, but they can scale down to where it can be usable to make them more profitable. We can equip people. I see that happening, being able to bring this technology and assist people, almost like co-piloting AI with humans to bring them up so they can be more efficient and effective, so they're not just dislocated away from it and isolated from it. So I think if we do a really good job now, people amongst this panel and others, a part of the GatherVerse and others beyond that, if we do a really good job now, I think the future's amazing. I think it's going to look really good. Yes, we're going to have hurdles. We mentioned some of the social impacts or maybe the mental health issues. But if we learn from maybe how social media has impacted us as a society, and realizing that this will also have an impact with AI and having access 24/7 and surveillance and all of that stuff. But if we do a really good job, I think we can bring everybody up, and we should advance very well with this, and it could be a great benefit to mankind and make us more productive, effective, and hopefully profitable. So looking forward to the future. Thanks for the opportunity.
Indeed. Thanks, George. Kara, and then Matt, real quick, 2030 and beyond. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to continue on with this positivity and excitement. I feel exactly the same. I think adding one other layer here that I haven't brought up yet, but I think is an alignment with human needs and trust and agency, which is around collaboration. And we're seeing that fostered a lot more in Web3 with DAOs and with communities. And I think that I'm getting sometimes get a little visions, whether they're going to happen or not, but that we're going to see like a human shift where we've been definitely in this times of maybe more independence, kind of operating in separation, competition driven. That was maybe the last few hundred years. We're going to see this shift along with the technology that's even designed to be more peer-to-peer, right, and transparent. That we're going to actually have maybe like a toolkit, a stack that we work with as a globe, right? And are kind of our general stack, and then our unique regional applications that are supportive of us, and potentially not to have so much more. It's like there's an infinite amount of things that we could build, but I'm excited to see where I think we're going to see, starting with those of us in the Web3 industry, when we're at an inflection point of a critical need time. Right now, I think we're all building and preparing and seeing a lot of energy coming towards, real world adoption, but we're not quite there yet. But picture when this comes in the coming years, it could just be a few years where we see, wow, we're all going to need to get in this new system and new economy together. I mean, that's going to be massive. And I think we're all going to be very happy that we started building when we have. And when that comes, we are probably going to see on a meta level where we're going to need to kind of hone in what are the core applications that we need, and come together as within our micro communities, educate each other on these layers that are nuanced for culture and language and such, and we're off to the races. So that's a quick summary, but I'm excited. Yes, not without hurdles, but experiences like this and leaders like yourself are very inspiring to me. So thank you.
Yes, and working collaboratively together. I love that. Matt, real quick, lasting words, 2030 and beyond. What do you see?
Yeah, absolutely. In the next few years, speaking on behalf of Gen Z, I want to see a lot more young leadership. There's a lot of people who might be a little bit distracted. I think that this is an opportunity to build something, to design policy, to shape a narrative. I want to see people sticking their necks out, taking some risks, thinking about technology, infrastructure, the world around us, redesigning the systems that can last 100, 200 years from now. This is year of the horse. This is a year for change, actually. And let's usher that in. Let's get after it. So some motivation there for everyone.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, thank you to our panelists, to the GatherVerse community and team. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. The future is not just about smart technology, as we've discussed today. It's about building systems that people understand, trust, and feel empowered to participate in. That is the work ahead of all of us. Thank you for being a part of the conversation and helping design a future rooted in human needs, emergence, and trust. Our Gather is well. Peace and love, everyone.
And what an outstanding roundtable discussion that we just had. Russell, day one is in the books. It's a wrap. What are your brief thoughts?
So much was shared today, and so much insight, and just so many thoughts that were shared overall, from autonomy to curiosity to trust to emerging technologies. I think there is one fundamental thing that everything seems to come back to, and that is obviously humanity and human values and the centricity of humanity as a whole. I think regardless of what technology you're using, and whether you trust it or not, like the point is still fundamentally that it comes back down to human and humanity and humans as individuals, and we have to put that first at the end of the day. And obviously trust is still fundamentally important, but it's humans is just the bottom line for all of this.
I agree. We think about in this concentric circle of trust and how persistent, thematic this word trust has been preserved in the tone of the various narratives that have been deployed and presented to us today. I find myself increasingly in the presence in the audience of GatherVerse becoming a student. I see a dichotomy that's emerging in the world, and I feel like it's being spilled into these discussions. I do see on one hand that there are those that candidly see optimism and flourishing when it comes to these emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, whilst at the same time, on the other side of the spectrum, there are those that do see great cause and concern for the direction of where we're headed when it comes to these technologies. I wonder, Russell, if the GatherVerse community would like to have a great debate on this one day, on where they stand, optimism versus existential crisis. What are your brief takes on that, Russell?
Yeah, I think it'd be a very interesting discussion and debate. I think it definitely needs to happen. I see a growing especially on X, the platform, or Twitter. I see a growing on that side of things when it comes to people being against AI, and also we won't dive into the specific example, but also what Sam Altman said at the India Summit, for example. There's a whole thing kind of going on right now between AI for good and AI is bad, and I think it's very important to have those discussions and debates and be able to discuss about that and bringing that to the table from both sides to just be able to understand each other's side, or even just to be able to come to maybe potential mutual ground within the middle of, where is that middle ground? What is responsible AI? What is, what does human values and humanity for AI mean? All these discussions. I mean, even, trust as well. So I think it's important to have these discussions and debates for sure.
I do. I think it helps us equip us to better prepare and to understand what's our inherent responsibility as innovators and non-innovators, and to understand that whether we find ourselves under the vestiges of innovating or not, we're all still subjected to this world that's being hyperscaled and indefinite transitionary phase. Russell, thank you for taking the time to be able to join us. Our Gather was well.
Our Gather was well.
And in closing, for GatherVerse Summit 2026 Day 1, we want to thank each of you that are out there. There are so many, and we maxed out on our broadcast streams today That was a first for us, and we're really thankful for all the different professional speakers that have really have taken time that we find to be so valuable and precious, a commodity that you'll never get back. And we thank you for spending the time that you shared with us. We want to thank the global audience community and those that are with us that we are familiar with, those we don't, those that are rebroadcasting in different offices and in places of work or in your homes with your families or with your neighbors. We want to say thank you. We want to say greetings to each of you, and that if you ever have the desire to come and speak and express and share, we hope that you will find a place that matters for you within the GatherVerse ecosystem of the different assortment of summits that we have arriving this year. And there are many more great announcements that we'll be making soon. We're coming up next with our GatherVerse Day 2 and Day 3. We look forward to hearing from a wide assortment of different leaders from around the world, both women and men alike, that have so much to share with us at these free GatherVerse Summits. We hope that you find value. We haven't wanted to charge anybody ever for these 40 plus global summits. We've never charged anyone, and we don't plan on charging anyone. We always want to make these as free, accessible, and affordable as we can. And we don't want to bring any hindrance or any burden to any of you. And so we show up when you show up. And if nobody ever shows up to GatherVerse, then it seems like as if the mission is fulfilled and it served its purpose. But I think it was indicative today of how many people have so much to say. And as a technologist who's also an educator, I really appreciate giving a better understanding of these technologies that I work with every day. And from your different shared lens perspective, I think it opens you up to be subjected to refinement. Refinement. I never want to be a technologist that knows it all. I never want to be in that space where I know everything and you can't tell me anything. I don't want to be that technologist. The cat's out the bag. One of the reasons I created GatherVerse was to do more listening than speaking. And as I've been taught, with 2 ears, 1 mouth, and we do more listening than speaking. It's an honor to be able to speak with you, but it's a greater privilege to be able to hear from you. And our gather was well.
children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the trail. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God